volume. Okay, it's 9 o'clock. Let's go ahead and call this special meeting to order. Let's get the flag salute by Peter Hernandez. Are you with us by Zoom, Peter, or is that Colin? Colin today. Peter's tomorrow. My bad. Okay, Colin. How's Vicky?
Ready? I'm there. I'm here, B.
Oh, thank you.
Here, B.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, can we get the certificate of posting?
I'll make a motion, we approve that.
Second.
All right. So, all in favor?
Aye.
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 4-0. 4-0. There's feedback on the line somehow, some way.
I think it's Peter.
So for item C, this morning at 9 a.m., we were having the budget hearing. The budget hearing began this morning, and it will continue until, it'll be continuous until it completed. Items not completed on Monday, today, June 21st, will resume on Wednesday, the 23rd, and continue daily at 9 a.m. until completed. Okay, so CAO Espinosa, can you go ahead and...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I want to thank the board for making themselves available today, as well as staff and the public. Today, I just wanted to first give you kind of a quick brief. This is new for some of you, so I thought it'd be good to kind of review some housekeeping on this. On your budget agenda, you'll notice budget hearing schedule, and A, B, and C have been covered. I'm going to be working through D here in a few minutes. Then we're going to have our county budget analyst actually go ahead and do a budget introduction and do a presentation with regards to the hearing itself, and then request your board to move forward and commence with the hearing itself. The consent agenda items will be heard just like a regular board meeting. So if your board so chooses to pull any consent, we will hear those items. As well as the regular agenda items, we will then have your board defer this back to us, back to staff, and staff will go ahead and cover those particular items, starting off on 101. Items 109 through 145, we'll be requesting your board to hear those items all at once. There's just a slight change, but we wanted to present to you anything that has been changed in the budgets to be on regular agenda. So more or less what you see from basically 1 to 100 is status quo from this last year. There has really been no changes. But the other items have been discussed. Your board has shared some input and some requests and some changes during our special meetings, as well as dialogue with your board. So those items are on regular agenda, so we can highlight those changes. However, and our budget analyst will highlight a little bit more the percentage change with regards to items 109 through 145, but there is a state mandate that requires having a reserve within the units itself. So that's what we did. That's what's a little bit unique, a little bit different. So that's what we're why it's on regular agenda. At that point, we will then continue on hearing 546 and then bring it back to your board for budget deliberations. So at that point, your board will have the opportunity to share your thoughts with the budget, make some highlights with maybe some things that you want to make sure you see happen this year with it that's within the budget, and then ask, or staff will then ask for you to move forward with staff recommendations. So with that, we'll go ahead and get into this. I will just highlight a few things. I don't know if any of you had a chance or to look at the actual letter, and maybe you could pull that up, Gabriel. The actual CIO's letter. It's about 4 pages long, and highlights some of the things that we've encountered over this last year, which has been a doozy of a year, I would have to say. There's been a lot going on, and it's definitely the COVID and what has transpired in our local community obviously has impacted the entire world. And there's been definitely some issues that have come up and really triggering events that have triggered financial issues. There's been a tremendous impact in the business community within our local area, and so on and so forth. So with that, I want to just first thank staff for a tremendous job this last year. All departments have just stepped up to the plate and adhered to COVID, adhered to some of the things that we've had to address, but also to have just been on point, especially addressing the safety of the residents within our community. So I have to just first outline that. On the second paragraph, I did want to highlight, there's a sentence there, this particular fiscal year's budget is a year of recovery and resilience. And really, that's what this is about. It's, like I said, it's status quo. There's still some uncertainties. We haven't seen FEMA money yet. We haven't seen some things that we're looking for, and just trying to gauge how things pan out. Obviously, since this last week, things have changed. It's kind of more business as usual for the community. And we will soon be having these masks off in the chambers, hopefully this week. HR staff is working on that policy, so we may not have to wear them tomorrow, but we have to put that out for the entire county. So at this point in time, staff has to wear these masks, and then we'll work on that. We'll announce that out, and there'll be some emails that'll be sent out as well.
May I ask a question regarding that?
Sure.
I know there's been an ongoing issue regarding Cal OSHA and the mandate from Cal OSHA, and I understand that there's a significant fine to the county and county management. Should we violate that? Has that been rectified, and do you think that we will have that information clear
Yeah,
on
and
Tuesday?
that's what we're working on. We're making sure that we're in alignment with that, and that's really it. And also, too, making sure the attestation forms and attestation is done properly. So we have to follow the rules.
Right.
And that's what we're verifying and checking. If for some odd reason we cannot get that dealt with today, then we'll have to wear masks tomorrow at our board meeting. But most likely, I would say at pretty much 100% in July, we won't have to wear masks
Okay.
at the next board meeting.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And as you see on page 2, key accomplishments from last year's budget. Again, it's the best kind of outline, and that's what this budget's about for this year. But last year, we did the similar thing. We met, we created a budget, and we did some really great things this last year. I just have to highlight that, one of the things that we worked on, the past board wanted a compensation study, so we worked on that diligently. We were able to do that. There was also, some great things that we did. We did a digital interactive budget, which is amazing. That we won an award through CSAC for that, which was great for our county. And I think all departments can attest to this. It's just much easier to do the budget because the budget can now roll over. You can make edits and tweaks, and it just makes it a lot easier and a lot more user-friendly to the public as well, a lot more transparent, especially for CSAs with regards to their budget. So it's been a tremendous feat, and want to thank staff for all the hard work that went into making that actually happen. This last week was a special week. We actually had a ribbon cutting. I want to thank the board members for their attendance. The actual jail, we have our sheriff soon to be here, and it was just a really great to see that happen. But I can tell you, there was a lot of work that went into that, a lot of planning. We have our auditor here. There was countless meetings that we've had with him on making this happen, as well as the sheriff's staff, and countless meetings that actually occurred behind the scenes, going to SMP, Standard & Poor's, to San Francisco, and really doing our best to sell our county and to sell our budget and to sell kind of what we're doing here. And we got a great rate. We got rated double A, which is really great for our small county. And we did really well, I felt. And so there was a lot of behind the scenes things. There was a tremendous amount of work that actually occurred at the jail. Key staff there that actually made sure that the jail actually happened. We had some great partners, Vanner and other folks that actually worked on the project and did a really great job. So very, very thankful for that, and a tremendous amount of work, a tremendous amount of planning, and also tremendous amount of budgeting. See, there was a lot of money that actually went into that, but we made it happen. We made it work, and we worked with the sheriff's organization, probation, the CCP on actually looking at subsidizing the COP based on AB 109 funds, which we were able to do. So those are some really good things, a collaborative effort to make it happen. And there's a lot of things that went behind the scenes to make it happen. So I want to thank staff for that. As well as just the same week, we had a ribbon cutting for the behavioral health building. Almost exact same thing happened. Staff had to go to San Francisco. They had to actually meet with SMP again. We got rated again, and we got a 2.47 rate on that. It's a tremendous saving. We actually saved our residents a lot of money, brought that rate down, and it's almost, I would say, free money. It's not, but it's really a great feat again that occurred. So those are just a few highlights. Again, I know staff in Health and Human Services is working on the Phase 3. We'll be having a ribbon cutting in July as well, so mark your calendars for that. I think that's going to be a great event. And it just shows some of the work that's been occurring in the development of the budgets and making sure that it actually happens. And just want to really highlight the efforts that have gone into making some of these things happen. So with that, I just wanted to share, in general, this is a status quo budget, but we have a lot of things on the horizon. We're working on roads, where we have a really good budget through the CIP programs. I want to thank RMA for all the work that they've done on developing programming for that and budgeting. And there's just a tremendous amount of things that we're going to be addressing. Homelessness, we have the American Rescue Act funding within this budget, potentially developing a wastewater treatment plant, addressing our roads, addressing homelessness, as well as broadband. So there's quite a few things that we're looking forward over this next year, and that is outlined in this budget. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and pass this to our budget analyst, Gabriel. And Gabriel will go ahead and move on with his part of this presentation.
Thanks for catching that. Thank you. Good morning, board, chair of the board. Good morning, CEO Espinosa. Good morning, county staff and members of the public. Thank you for coming out and being part of the budget process, now moving into the budget hearings for fiscal year 21-22. CEO Espinosa mentioned we're looking at implementing more or less a status quo budget with very strategic investments in key areas, with funding either that we're receiving from the federal in the form of the American Rescue Act, as Ray Espinosa mentioned, CEO, funding going towards key areas, whether that be homelessness or wastewater or some other areas and forms of expenditure which are allowed within the confines of the funding that we're receiving. And also leveraging other funding available, whether if it's for our subvention funds or our general fund, making sure that we're addressing key areas and infrastructure in our community and our county buildings to make sure that they're up to code and we can continue to move that forward. So the first one, just going to do a little bit of light housekeeping. So as CEO Espinosa mentioned, one of our greatest accomplishments that we had was we received an award because we were the first counties to implement the fully online budget system, and it's been public for more than 10 days. For those that are watching this via Zoom, if you want to kind of follow us and track and look at the budget and be able to kind of add some more information, if you go to our county website, If you look under the Government tab, Budget and Finance, you'll come up to this window. There'll be drop-downs for all the fiscal years that we've had budgets. The budget that we're going to be looking at this year is our 21-22 recommended budget. Following the recommended budget, in August, I will be coming back to the board in a regular board meeting, whether it be the 10th or the 24th with the adopted budget. And that one will encompass more information. It will have the full schedules according to the county budget guide that the state provides us. That one is one where both the CAO's office and the auditor's office will work in collaboration to make sure that we can put together some of these documents to bring to the board. If there are no large changes or something that needs to be addressed and brought up to the board, the item will more than likely appear under the consent agenda. If there are items which we do need to address, it would appear in a regular agenda, and we will bring those items to the board to make sure that you guys are aware of the item or the changes that we're making on the adopted item. And jumping back to the presentation. So now speaking a little bit more broadly about the budget. This year's budget for the total county is $182.1 million. It's a decrease from last year's adopted budget. The primary results of these are various projects within the county that are being completed, both within subvention funding and general fund, whether it be roads and bridges that are getting constructed and completed, or, for example, as CEO Espinosa mentioned, the completion of the jail expansion and the behavioral health building with subvention funds, and then continual expansion with the transitional housing projects within HHSA. In regards to staffing levels, we're going to be increasing staffing levels by 23 full-time FTEs. Net increase of 13 within subvention funding, primarily going with Health and Human Services and Behavioral Health Department. And then also we're increasing our general fund full-time FTEs by 10, primary staff going towards public safety in our roads. So for example, our sheriff's office is picking up one sheriff's deputy being funded through AB 109. So again, going back to trying to leverage as much of the funding that's out there and available for us to move forward and make sure that we're using all of our resources to the best of their capabilities.
Excuse me, Gabriel, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So when you're saying the increased staffing levels, 23 FTEs, I know that we have been at a very high vacancy rate in terms of relative to FTEs that are budgeted. So are you saying that we are bumping up on top of what our current FTEs are even further? Or are you saying that we are looking to fill those open?
Yeah.
You follow what I'm asking? Just want to be clear.
Yes, I can provide some good clarification
Okay.
for that. So
Thank you.
to address your question, we're increasing our staffing levels in areas where there have been either the positions have been fully staffed and they just need more help, whether it be, let's say, our roads, where there's been real concern about needing and having enough staff out there to, make sure that our county roads are supported. So that's an area where we're seeing we need an increase. So we're seeing an increase there. And say, for example, also with our sheriffs, we also see that there's a need there. And with AB 109, they're creating a gang intelligence unit with a combination of probation, our IT department, and our sheriff's department. So those are all positions being funded by AB 109. We're seeing an increase based off a project that's being taken place. As you mentioned, there are vacancies throughout different departments, and that's something that in this upcoming year we're looking to address to make sure that we tighten up. What we're going to be doing and looking at is looking at every single department in the county and seeing what they look like to see what their vacancies have been. Let's say if they've had a position for various amount of years and it's just been sitting vacant, then it's going to be something that we're going to discuss with them, seeing is this going to be a position that's going to be constantly vacant for the long period of time, which goes back to why our vacancy rate is so high. Or let's say if there's a different factor at play, whether it be wages that aren't reflective of what the work is based off of based off of other counties, and pretty much it being that staff kind of come here, train, and then particularly move on to a different county, higher wages or more flexibility or something like that. Making sure that we're addressing those with our HR department here in the CAO's office to make sure that we, take care of that.
Okay, and you kind of answered you did answer my question, but just as follow-up. So, and I understand, I totally agree, areas like roads are critical.
Right.
But given the fact that we have 20% roughly vacancy, which is obviously really high,
Right.
and we already talked about tightening things up, they're not maybe real numbers in certain departments. So, but what I'm hearing is in this budget that we're looking at today, we have not really tightened up yet. We're going to be looking at that over this next fiscal year. Is that correct?
And
Madam
this-
Chair,
and
if I may. So, so just to answer your question, this year, I want to kind of put timing and kind of perspective. We just hired Gabriel. He came in from the behavioral health building. We weren't really sure if we were going to be able to present this budget today. And Gabriel's done a fantastic job getting things together. But we didn't, and still with COVID and other things, there is still some uncertainty. So what we wanted to do is keep it a status quo for the most part. But this next year, that is one of Gabriel's list of duties that he's going to have to work on, is addressing the vacancies. We have to address the vacancy and working with HR on that. So this next year, that's going to be something we're going to work on, and that will be more or less off the books, so to
Okay,
speak,
so we
next
should
year.
know going that there's probably some tightening up. that
Yeah,
can
and what
happen.
we'll do is we'll be presenting to your board over this next year during special meetings. We may even have special meetings in advance of the new year, possibly, depending on how things look. But we will sit down with you, sit down with the departments, and really go through and fine tune that. Because that has been a concern from administration.
Right.
Is having these vacancies and departments still asking for more employees at times. Again, there's special one-offs, and there's there's some reasons why, and that's what a lot of this is validated with that moving forward. Yeah.
All right, thank
Madam
you.
Chair, thank you. So the public, so it's clear to the public, we're not just adding 13 positions. I mean, on paper right now, it's a net of 13 additional positions, but for me at least, I'd like to see us clean up the vacancies, and just so the public is aware, we're looking at eliminating positions.
That's correct.
And so the 13 is really not, I'd like to eliminate probably at least 13 positions if we're trying to have, some balance here, if that's at all possible. I'm not talking about layoffs or anything like that, but just those positions that have been
Yeah, the
sitting vacant
vacant,
for.
So I hear
don't.
what you're saying. So those
Yeah.
positions that have been vacant, we're just going to go ahead and basically take those off the books. They're no longer going to be funded.
Right,
And that's the
right.
plan. So we'll take those off the books.
Great.
So the FTE count will ultimately drop. And it will have to drop, to be quite honest with you, because that's how we're budgeting. That's how we're filling the gap. That's how we're filling our budget at this point. But it's not very clear, and that's the issues that we're running across. As things go forward, the costs are increasing. It's becoming more evident. We have to be a lot more clear. And we did it originally to allow departments to have the flexibility to hire, because there's been this, someone would leave and it would take 6-8 months to hire somebody at times, right? And so another office may need it. So instead of, it just allowed more flexibility throughout the county to be able to hire folks. That's really what it was, created for. So.
Hold on, Gabriel, give a moment. Thank you, Ray. That was my understanding also. And then also too, we need to realize that we have a fiscal responsibility to pass the budget and have it ready to go for the new fiscal year. And so there will be some special meetings coming in the future and address any of the concerns that the supervisors have. Supervisor Hernandez, did you have any concerns before we go further, since all three of us chimed in up here? Gone. Okay, Gabriel, continue.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so as Ray Espinosa mentioned, this is all something that we're looking to address going forward, making sure that we're covering our bases and definitely bringing back more items to the board. So want to give a snapshot of what we're looking at as a county. I know the numbers may seem a little bit daunting, big negative numbers. So the biggest reason that it shows on here is that one of the areas, also like mentioned, kind of adding projects to my to-do list. Our current OpenGov system doesn't incorporate our fund balance. Our fund balance is key because we try to leverage all funding that's available. Within the recommended budget, it doesn't include that piece. In the adopted budget that I'm going to be bringing to the board in August, that one will encompass the fund balance as it's completed. The one reason that I don't want to include it right now is that since we're still in the current year, there's a lot of expenses that haven't settled. As we approach the end of the year in June 30th, a lot of those expenses are going to be settling and truing out. There's going to be a lot of transfers going in and out of the different departments as costs are being reimbursed. So a lot of different changes are going to be taking place, and hopefully by the time that I can bring the adopted budget, I'm going to be showing you guys a more true sense of where we stand in time, what percentage of fund balance we're going to be using out of different departments, and how we're moving forward. One area that I did want to highlight is that on the 21-22 budget, we're actually seeing a decrease from the previous year. The main reasons is there's a lot of completion of various projects throughout the county, whether it be facilities, roads, or bridges. For example, in our RMA department, there was a completion of 10 roads and bridges throughout the county. Within Capital Tech, obviously, we had the new behavioral health building and the expansion of the jail. So there's a lot of these different areas. And then the biggest component of where you're still seeing a lot of these higher numbers, as Ray mentioned, is our vacancy budgeting. And that's something that we're looking to address going forward, making sure we're taking a hold of it. I want to give a quick snapshot of what we're looking like funding-wise. As we can see, our biggest areas of expenditure that we're putting towards is our Public Works Department, making sure that we're putting funding out there for roads, bridges, and capital facilities and improving our community. Our Health and Human Services, also making sure that we're addressing our social services side of it, and making sure that we're having these resources available for the community, making sure that we're addressing them.
Gabriel, excuse me, could you back up one slide?
Sure.
And I'll try not to interrupt so much going forward, but I'm just trying to get a bigger picture
Right.
here. So when we look at this, two questions come to mind. So first of all, with the revenues in the recommended budget is actually down slightly from last year recommended budget. And so what you're saying is, in spite of the fact that we have these 13 additional positions that we're looking to fill because of the elimination of the capital projects that are now done, that's the primary reason why we're actually seeing a bit of a decrease here, because everything else is status quo, but that we've added 13 positions.
Right.
So I'm just trying to make sure I fully understand why that has happened. And then my second question is, and I think you've addressed this, but showing a deficit of $24 million currently under this, from an overall standpoint, because of funds that we have, as well as I know that there's monies that come in from the state or federal government, it's a bit misleading. Obviously, my previous business, if I had that kind of a deficit going in, I would be very, very worried. So I just want to make sure for my edification, but also for the public, you fully explain that. Thank you.
Let me just share a couple things, and I'll pass it back to Gabriel. I feel the same way when I read this. This is really kind of an inaccurate present. I mean, it doesn't include the actual reserves, because you got to consider there's a Health and Human Services. There's as an example, they just built this building, right? So they had reserves that they used to put into that. But that actual presentation or spreadsheet doesn't account for that. And there's many other things as well where we just talked about vacancies, American Rescue Act fund. There's a lot of things in there that aren't accounted for. So we're definitely, I think what Gabriel was trying to share with you on the first couple slides, there was something similar. We're definitely using some reserves, which we have been for, roads as an example, for the potholes. The last 2 years, we used a couple $1 million. So there are reserves that we have been using for the one-time projects and other things. But that number is obviously a really big one. I talked to Gabriel in advance about that. He needs to have answers for you. And obviously, that's what those bullets are there for, to highlight that. And also, too, in the actual schedules, because this is all we're mainly going through today is Schedule 9 of about, I think it's 15 schedules.
Mm-hmm.
So there's, in those schedules, they actually account for the reserves, and it gives you a much more truer number that's a lot more tighter. So, and right now we're tracking pretty much on budget right now from last year, which we had an offset as well, a deficit, a pretty large deficit too, but that was part of it was vacancies and other things. But anyways, I'll pass it to Gabriel.
Yeah. And that's something that I'm also going to highlight, including in the general fund, as Ray mentioned. There's a lot of one-time funding that we received. That's why you're seeing a drop in revenues. There's also a lot of projects that are being completed with funding that was already existing within the fund balance that was received in previous years. So the money has been there. In some cases, we've just been receiving in some areas a little bit less, or we're showing more accurate numbers because we're not receiving that one-time funding. So that's why it shows as a decrease. A decrease on the revenues, and then on the expenses, it's also showing it because, like I mentioned, there's projects that are being completed. One thing, like you guys have been mentioning, it has been shown that because of this vacancy budgeting, this number does look a lot. This does look inflated. If let's say we were to do away with a lot of the vacancy budgeting that's happening, instead of it being a $24 million deficit, we might be looking something closer to maybe, I don't know, between 3 and 5 million. And that could be what we're looking at, either to leverage other funding, either coming in through the state via grants or maybe funding available through the federal government, in order to leverage these funds in order to make sure that we can come up with that gap. Or, bringing it back to the board and making sure that we're putting something together through economic development. Whether we're looking at implementing new sources of revenue streams, for example, this year we're looking at cannabis and all these other areas to come up with areas where we can have some sort of funding streams available to continue to move forward. Because at the end of the day, if you're running something like this over the long term, it's not clearly sustainable. So we're making sure that we're addressing all those concerns.
One thing to add, one last comment to add is that when we initiated that, we had to keep a close eye on the vacancy because it is a big number. It offsets the bottom line. So what we did is we did quarterly reports and we presented it to the board every year and we shared what the vacancies was. And then we addressed that through some sort of journal entry or some other facet of how we address the funding. So I just wanted to make sure that was, well, obviously we had a transition this last year with Gabriel coming in, so it was a little bit tough to kind of provide a report to you. But our ultimate goal is to just address this. Just makes it a lot easier, cleaner.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. So we're going to be moving on a little bit now. I'm going to give a general fund overview of what we're looking like this upcoming year. In the general fund, our approximate revenues are going to be $69.3 million, represented with an increase of $6.2 million from the previous year. The reason that it's showing an increase is because we're going to be in receipt of the American Recovery Plan funding. We're receiving $6 million this year. We've actually already received them. We're going to be receiving another $6 million in the upcoming year. That's why one of the reasons that you're seeing expenditures which are higher than the previous years is we're going to be accounting for various projects that we're looking to provide and implement within the community. As CEO Espinosa mentioned, looking at our wastewater treatment plant or addressing homelessness issues, whether that be expanding our homeless shelter or building some more housing, making sure that we're addressing a lot of these issues that we can definitely put some of this American Rescue funding towards, and making sure that we're building it and pulling it together. Just as there were increases, there was also some decreases within it. There were some decreases due to the completion of the jail and some other projects within the county which the general fund was subsidizing. So it's showing kind of like up and down fluctuations. We're also seeing a slight increase in our revenues. The primary reason for that is increasing due to our property tax. Right now, the housing market has been doing very well, so just as long with that, our property taxes go along with it. Some of our other tax revenues and streams that have been coming in pretty strong. Compared to where we thought we were going to be last year, they've been doing fairly well. We thought we were going to be tracking a little bit of more of a hazardous, more dangerous sea with this funding as it was coming in. Just like on the state side, they were kind of looking at some darker clouds on the horizon, but at the end of the day, they ended up with a really huge sales tax surplus. So on our side, we weren't hit as hard either. We're also seeing some, rejuvenation and return of revenues as it kind of goes forward. Now I'm going to kind of highlight that graph, but more of in a table format, seeing kind of the expenditures within the general fund. One of the areas that I wanted to touch on was the county administrative office. It seems really inflated. The reason that it shows like that is because it does account for the American Rescue funding that we receive. That comes within the county administrative office, and with that, we kind of delegated to its specific purpose. So let's say, for example, we're going to put money towards this wastewater treatment facility. It'll show as it shows as revenue coming in on the administrative office. It's then going to show as an expense, whether it's through a capital project, and it'll show as a transfer going up. But the money right now is held within the county administrative office. It also holds various other departments within the county, or IT, HR, internal services, our very own admin office, and various other departments within it. And with that,
So I'll go ahead and take this part, Gabriel. So thank you, Gabriel, for working on that. Just a brief overview. Our staff will like to go ahead and hand this back to you, Madam Chair, to commence with F, as well as moving forward with approving temporary due pass on the items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So then that will take us to the portion where we will commence the budget hearing. So I'm going to go ahead and, oops, I didn't hit it hard enough. Commence the budget hearings at 9:38 a.m. on June the 21st. And so that takes us to the consent items. So does the board wish to pull any of the consent items? And while you're thinking about that, members of the public, if you are interested in commenting on one or more of the consent items, you may do so at this time. While the supervisor reviewing it, we will hear the public's concerns. If you are speaking to one item on the consent, you will have 3 minutes. If you are speaking to more than one item, you will have 5 minutes, and we will promptly disconnect at the 3-minute and the 5-minute mark. Are there any public comments, Madam Clerk?
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen.
We will then go to members in the chambers after we hear from the Zoom comments, okay?
No comments on Zoom.
Members of the chamber, anybody want to make a public comment? No? Okay. So I'm going to take it back to the board members. Do you wish to pull any of the consent items that are items 1 through 100 on the consent agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes?
33, 45,
Okay, hold on. 33,
some of these just are going to be quick questions.
45, okay.
55,
55,
65,
65,
and then 220, Fund 224, I don't know what number that is. I just had a quick question on, it's public health, basically.
okay, is that the 1 through 100 items?
Let me go back and look.
Because this is just 1 through
I had
100, the
list-
consent right now.
224.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, on page 9 of the agenda, we start the regular, so anything prior to that,
No, it's not, hold on one second, sorry.
that's
I
okay.
didn't have a number attached to
Hey,
it.
I'm having one of those days. Supervisor
83.
Kuzmicki, so.
I'll
and
just
I
say,
know- and I know you are too.
just say 83.
83?
Yeah.
83. Okay, so let me confirm before I go over to Supervisor Tiffany. You have 83, I'm going backwards, 83, 65, 55, 45, 33, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Tiffany, do you have any items that you would like to pull 1 through 100 right now?
Supervisor Kuzmicki covered a couple, and I don't have any additional. Thank you.
Awesome. Supervisor Hernandez, were there any items from the consent item that you'd like to pull?
None, Madam Chair.
So, on that note, can I get a motion to approve a temporary use pass on all the consent items except for items number 33, 45, 55, 65, and 83?
So moved?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
We have a 4-0, so the first order of business will be the first item. So Supervisor Kuzmicki, item number 33 in County Council, what were your concerns there?
My primary concern here is and I've talked about this in the past, this is the county council's office budget. My primary concern is the $700,000 in outside legal costs. And I know some of these things we don't have a choice, but I think my comment on it, I guess, is as a county board and as a county council's office, I really would like to have at least a goal of, gradually reducing that number and not increasing that number. I think that's an alarming number. Again, I fully understand somebody sues the county and we have to defend ourselves, but we have some litigation that just goes on and on and on. There's countless examples through the years before we were on the board. I think that I don't even have to name them because there's some of them that were just, very, very years and years and years. Anyhow, it's just a comment. I would like to have that be a goal of ours, is to really, we have a staff of county councils, we have attorneys, have faith in these attorneys, but half of the I think the payroll costs is like $800,000, and then an additional $700,000 for outside legal, and that, to me, that needs to change. Thank you.
Okay, I respect your concern about that because $700,000 is a significant amount of money, but someone coming from a legal background and understanding there are some tasks that our in-house counsel can fully take care of, and there's some that they cannot or should not because of possible conflict of interest or anything like that. So I do know full well, have full faith in the county council's office that anything that is contracted out, they're doing so because that is the last choice, correct?
Right, and I do watch that carefully. I just finished, we were working on a year-to-year basis to try to compare where our outside legal costs have been over the last approximately 7-8 years. That is an important thing that we do watch to try to make sure that we can reduce that when possible. So I will make sure that we keep that as low as possible.
Okay. All right, so-
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Follow-up question, Barbara. How do you make that decision? And I read where your goal is to try to do more in-house, and yet I know we have some that some new ones and potentially that we're looking outside. So are you looking at, obviously, at some point you possibly make a decision that you need to add another attorney. Maybe it's just workload. Also part of it may be expertise, and you're looking for someone that has more litigation experience. Or in the case, I know with landfill, for example, we used a landfill expert. So those things I understand, but I just maybe go a little bit more detail how you make that decision, because as we're trying to move more in-house, which I agree with Supervisor Kuzmicki makes sense, the how you move toward that direction has to do with manpower, has to do with a number of things. So I'm just curious your thinking there.
Currently, our office isn't, most of the litigation we do is a specific type. Normally, it's the writs. We don't carry a lot of the litigation, that's civil litigation in-house. We're currently not established to that, and I'm happy to talk to the board more about that. In Plumas County, I was responsible for bringing all the litigation in-house by hiring a litigator, and there's pros and cons to doing that. It did result in a vast reduction in expenses, but I will say that there's a negative implication in my experience there with being able to hire the same type of litigation experience at the county's salary schedule as that you would get from outside counsel. And in that county, it was a mountainous county, so we were able to attract a very qualified litigator that was interested in living in the mountains. But with our normal salary scale, there's an issue with hiring the best litigators at our salary scale. And also there's a detriment when you change in-house staff. Sometimes they do change, and then you'll be changing, you have some turnover, and there's pros and cons with bringing litigation in-house. Plus our internal staffing right now isn't fully staffed up for full litigation. So we take limited litigation on. So we've been doing a lot of the writs, and we do arbitrations. We do the pitches. Well, they're not litigation matters, but we do other minor civil actions, motion work in our office. But a lot of the full litigation, civil litigation matters in civil and California and federal court, we contract out. And I'm happy to talk to the board about the pros and cons about doing more of that in-house.
And then just a general question, and I don't, maybe with your experience in other counties, you can answer this. It does seem, as Supervisor Kosmicki said, it seems like in some cases there's been, ongoing cases or a lot of litigation. How do we compare with other counties? Obviously, we're a small county. In terms of litigation, I mean, are we, and is in general, is the litigation downward trending? And sometimes, there's trade-offs. Settling early and just moving on is obviously often a better choice than trying to fight it. But then there's trade-offs, I understand, precedents. I'm just curious, general comments about that. Thank you.
Overall, and I will get verification from Trindell to verify it, I believe that we've had a very good history with cases, civil liability cases regarding, we've been very fortunate that we haven't had high dollar amount in the civil liability that's being handled by Trindell. Some of our most expensive cases were matters that the board in the past felt it was important to proceed forward with. So some of those they were more on principle rather than just straight economics. But I think that it is important to try to resolve some matters sooner rather than proceeding, long term. So I know that the Scagliotti case, for example, has gone on for a long period of time, and that's just finally wrapping up, and it's been ongoing since I joined the county back in 2008. It was proceeding before that. So, I mean, I think that the board, yes.
And I know it's like you said, case by case, but hopefully your department, in conjunction with the Board of Supervisors, looks backwards and evaluates cases and says, in retrospect, maybe we should have settled this. Obviously, 2020 is great hindsight, but maybe that would be helpful for us to, going forward, to be making decisions reflecting on some of the decisions that were made in the past. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I agree wholeheartedly.
Okay. So then we're going to go ahead and take these items one at a time. So since item 33 was pulled, can I get what's the wish of the board from item 30?
Madam Chair, if I may, can you ask if there's any public comment?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Are there any public comments for item 33? County Council?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay. All right. So then what is the wish of the board for item number 33, County Council 25?
I'll move to approve item number 33.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
4-0. Okay. The next item will be item number 45, probation, the juvenile detention facility. The facility itself or just general?
Maybe I got maybe the numbers changed from when I looked at it. I was looking at the DA's office.
So that would be 42 or 43. Those have already been passed. So technical question here.
Yeah, it's just a
Well,
comment
hold
anyhow.
on. So you have me in a quandary here. So since we have officially passed them, can we have this conversation later or now?
And if I may, Madam Chair?
I'm
I
trying to
just-
get
I just wanted to
I'm just trying to get clarity first, because,
He can talk to, he can talk
okay,
to it.
so it's
I
passed.
just wanted to
but you
point
can go
out that the budget, it was confusing because it says 45 next to district attorney and then it says 42, 43 under it. I should have
Oh.
said district attorney, but it does say
It's a
45.
numeration of 1 through
So-
100. Okay. Okay.
So,
I see.
yeah, so just for clarity purposes, those are like budget units, so
Okay.
yeah.
Should have said
so-
department and maybe, yeah.
Yeah, so, but it's fine, I think, in regards to that, we could still, if you guys want to go ahead and move forward with item 45, just go ahead for
It's just-
approval.
It's more of a question I had on it. Honestly, it's not that I'm
Go ahead.
looking at not approving it. It's just that the costs, I see the costs over and we're new to the board, so, this is maybe an ignorance thing, but the costs have gone from 1.67 million in 18-19 to 2.26 million. So I'm just wondering, that's a fairly significant jump in 3 years, and were there positions that were unfilled? Is that what we're dealing with, sort of a thing?
Gabriel.
And you're talking specifically to the juvenile detention
To
facility?
the DA's office.
The DA's, okay. All right, my bad.
It's Candy on.
Go ahead, Gabriel.
So, is this the budget you were referring to, the district attorney one, the division, or are you looking at the victim's witness?
Let me pull it up. I apologize. I'm
I don't know where you
That's, I think, the
trying to get
one.
my computer to work here.
I believe that's the one, Gabriel.
We have until 2 PM, Supervisor Kozmicki,
I'm-
so take your time. But at 2 PM, I have a hard stop, and I'm out of here. I've got other obligations that I have to take care of today, sorry.
Okay. So expenses in 2018-19 were 1.67. I'm looking at the
Right, yes.
DA's office,
Mm-hmm,
and then it was 1.88,
mm-hmm.
and then now we're 2.256. So I'm just trying to get clarity on why it's going up so much.
So some of the positions that received a higher boost because of the salary compensation, I think some of the positions were in the DA's office. And another reason for it also increasing is that within the community partnership, the CCP for the AB 109, they're increasing the funding to fund a full district attorney position. If we look here at the staffing piece, so in fiscal year 2021, they had 13 staff, and now going into this upcoming year, the staffing levels are increasing. Sorry, mouse is moving a little weird. So the staffing is going to be increasing. We're going to be adding 1 deputy district attorney, funded completely by AB 109. So, and since these are district attorneys, the salary, by some of these positions is significantly high. So that's why it just adding or reducing 1 position once it's fully loaded with benefits and everything, it definitely garners some impact to the fund as it kind of moves in and out. So that's one of the primary reasons for it. And as you kind of see, the main one, as we look at the salary line, that's the big piece that's moving. And as I mentioned, the reasons for it has been the cost and comp study plus the new position being added.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna have the same issue on the these numbers. I'm really sorry. The 55 one, that the next one that we're coming
Oh,
to,
sure.
I actually meant the library on that. So sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens when we're distracted, so I'm glad you're more distracted than me today. Okay, so since we had pulled 45 and there's no issue with 45, can I get a motion then to get that one approved since there's no issue on that?
Also move.
Your question?
I would just open it up to the public, just go through the formality.
As I said, distraction. So are there any comments, whether they're in the chambers or in Zoom land out there, for item number 45 in the juvenile detention facility?
Please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay. All right, so then, now, can I get a
Okay.
motion for item number 45?
Make that motion.
Second.
Okay, so. Is that you, Peter? Is that you? All in favor?
Aye.
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 4-0. Okay. So the next item that was pulled was item number 55, which is the Veterans Memorial Park, but I believe you wanted to talk about the county library. Okay, so,
Oh, I see. I see
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Again, it has
I mean, the numbers are.
It's the headers in them.
I see what
Yeah.
you're
Sorry.
Welcome to my
46,
world,
okay.
Supervisor Cosmicki. Okay, so since we have item 55, Veterans Memorial Park, and since it was officially pulled, do we have any members from the public that would like to speak to that item?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please raise your hand. No comments.
Any comments here in the chambers? Okay, I see none. Let's go ahead and address the item, vote on it, and then since it was pulled, but yet not really, we'll go back to hear your concerns that are Department 55. Okay, so what is the will of the board for item 55 on the consent?
Move to approve.
Okay,
Second.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 4-0 for item 55. We will now go back to, it's probably item,
Supervisor Cosmicki, item 65, is that the same thing too? Are you looking at RMA, a different number, or is that actually the law enforcement?
Plan,
impact?
yeah, the housing.
So can we do 65 as well?
Okay,
And
the
then
same
we'll
thing you
go
just
back to
did?
the two?
okay. Well, he has 83, so is 83 the same concern? On page 8, you pulled item number 83, Public Health
I
Administration.
think that's correct.
That one is correct.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
That was the
Okay.
last second.
All right, so let's go back then to item number 65 from the consent. Are there any members from the public that would like to speak to item number 65, Law Enforcement Impact Fund?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please raise your hand. No comments.
Okay, anyone here in the chambers? I see none. What is the will of the board for item number 65 from the consent item?
Move to approve 65.
Second.
Okay,
And just for clarity purposes, it's a temporary due pass, just for
Yeah.
clarity purposes.
okay.
On this, it's a little bit unique for budget.
It's unique for us too, all three of us sitting up here, so it's the first time. But it's baptism by fire. So what is the will of the board then for item 65? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Peter? I hear silence, I'm going to say 4-0.
Aye.
Oh, there we go, thank you. Okay. So then, before we hit item 83, let's go back and address the concern that you had. You said specifically the library, right?
Yeah, so that
Okay.
would be item 46.
Okay,
I apologize again. Again, it says 55 right next to the county library, and then there's other numbers. I should have clarified that with our CAO beforehand. I don't know if it's a concern, but just a question. There's a new position being created, deputy librarian. So I'm just wondering where that came from, what the need is, and
So the dep-
can I address that just simply because I kind of know a little bit? I know you'll give the numbers and the justification. I know Nora Conte, and she's a really good friend of mine, and I've known her for about 15 years or so, but she told me 15 years ago she's going to retire, and she's still here, and so she is planning for her successor. And so that's what needs to be in the budget in order for us to go ahead and move forward. And so that's the rationale. But at one point, Nora Conte will no longer be with us with the library. And so we need to make sure that the county is well taken care of. We need to make sure that the person who will be her successor has everything that they need to seamlessly move into that role. And Nora, don't you dare leave us until you're ready to go. Okay? Gabriel? Do you have any other questions? Sorry, Supervisor
Yeah.
Cosmicki?
Madam Chair, yeah, I'm wondering what the increase is. And we're creating permanent positions here, so I don't think that rationale necessarily flies, because presumably Nora Conti's going to retire at some point, and then we're still going to have a deputy librarian position on the books. So again, do you have a dollar amount for what the increase is and?
Yeah, well, more or less I can talk to a lot of it. So one of the rationales for creating the deputy county librarian is part of for succession planning, to make sure we had something in place where, you know, we had library staff that continue to, you know, be here and be part of the library department, the community, be able to kind of grow and continue to move and have kind of set goals and positions that they can attain to achieve further down the line. So that position, we're creating it to be flexibly staffed. So whether it be someone that does meet that criteria, we can then offer that. Right now, the way it's still staffed is going to be a librarian with the possibility of it being flexibly staffed as a deputy county librarian if that need it be. If we do need to increase the expenditures related to that position, we can definitely add it on. As you mentioned, there was a large increase from last year to this year, going from $864,000 in 1920 to 1.4 million in 2021. A lot of it has to do with some grants that the library has been able to procure for some positions. So some of these are limited term positions tied to these grants. So what will happen is you'll see an influx or an increase in some of these positions. So for example, looking at our staff table, we see that it went from 7 positions in the adopted budget in 2021 to at the end of the year we had 10 positions. So 3 of them, they had come into the department were a limited term based off a grant that was created. So right now we have 10, and I know I've communicated with Nora about a lot of these positions and the needs of the department as it kind of grows, and as we begin to operate in more of a COVID environment right now, and looking at how that's going to look. So these are all different areas that we're addressing. Yes.
Maybe Nora could speak
Yeah.
to it.
Would you like?
It was perfect timing as she walked in. So I says, come on down, Nora.
Good morning, board members and members of the public and those that are here today. I was in my office and I heard the conversation as I was multitasking, doing other things, and I thought that I should come to, if I needed to have provide any clarity regarding this. In 2006, when I was first hired, and I was offered the opportunity to be a part of the organization, I found a library that was basically a check-in, check-out library. And the needs were huge. And I discovered this because one of the first things that I did was go out and visit schools and talk to teachers. And they certainly enlightened me about what they would like to see in their library. Moving along, 2 of the things that they said, they wanted bookmobile services and they wanted literacy services. I contacted the state. We did fundraising in concert with the board. And by 2008, we had literacy and we had quite a bit of funding for the bookmobile. I saw the need for a strategic plan. And without revenues, we had to go forward to find someone to help us do this. And again, the social capital, which we're rich with in our community, people wanting to help, helped us to get that strategic plan. And in that strategic plan, it talked about 2 things, basically, the space and the technology, and what they needed. So I'm giving you this background because I know that many of you are new. In the years to come, there wasn't possibility for the physical space. I could not do that. There was a big recession. But we needed direction, and we did a feasibility study. Again, it showed that we need a lot, I'm sorry, not a feasibility study, a needs assessment followed by a feasibility study. Today, our library board members, and I thank you, the Board of Supervisors, for supporting the library through very difficult times. You didn't close it. You believed in what the library was doing. We've been able to go from a check-in, check-out library to a library that operates at a system level. We have gone after, we were the first library in the state of California that applied to a CENA grant. That's huge. A little small, tiny library was given that opportunity, and we did. Where are we today? Brings us to exactly what you're asking. At one time, we were a service area system because there was too much compartmentalization. There was not sufficient cross-training that occurred to be able to carry it further. Today, we have a bookmobile, we have our library services, which many individuals call us because they want to know how to be able to do these things. And we have a literacy technology mobile that we got from the state. What occurs here is that we need to continue to develop and grow, but we need to have the proper structure in place to be able to continue to do this. So I think it is fitting and appropriate that we have the type of staffing structure that will continue to facilitate and support the direction and the growth of your public library.
Thank you. We'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, before we go further, as I said, I've known Nora for a long time. We met inadvertently when I was on the board of trustees for Hollister School District, and I got to know her on a personal basis, and she is what you call the epitome of a librarian. She lives it, she breathes it, and she's always thinking of ways to fund our little library. And it's my hope that the four of us sitting up here and whoever's going to fill Mark's district chair will see that this community needs a state-of-the-art real library. And as much as I love the one across the street here, there's bigger and better things that the county can have. And so I fully understand the deputy library position needed. And though Nora is small in stature, her shoes are significant, and the deputy library is going to be needed because it's going to take two people to do what she's able to do. And so if there aren't any other questions or concerns, we've already passed that, so we don't need to pass it, right? It's
Yeah, you already passed it, but I think go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just, I apologize again for the numbers were a little confusing, but I'm not sure I got an answer on how much the additional from Gabriel, and I know Nora came up and talked about the more of the philosophical reasons for it, but I was just trying to get the numbers just to make sure that I'm aware of the dollar amounts we're talking about.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
So, if we want to look at the numbers, adding in on the deputy position, as I mentioned, it's a relatively new position that the department, and this is something that kind of even came out of last minute addition that we're looking to do in the budget. It's still relatively new. The position will still need to be brought to the board to add everything included within it as an increase. I think this is from the projected numbers that we ran. The increase from the library 2, then going on to the deputy county librarian, the increase will be somewhere along the lines of about 50 to 60,000 going from one position to the other, because the second one, obviously the deputy county librarian does command a higher level of expertise and responsibilities that they have to handle and deal with, so it's more of a management kind of position. The way that right now the library is structured, I think, Nora, she's the only one that is the management staff within that department. She has a lot of other staff that help in that regard, But just like Supervisor B. Gonzalez mentioned, she does fill just those shoes, and she's supposed to, adhere and move and make sure that the library has everything that it needs. So I think it's warranted.
And then, so we would be considering this down there. I just, it's an institutional change, and,
Yeah.
and we've gone from 7 to 10. And I get it, we're going to have to grow, especially if we have a new library at some point.
Yeah, and like, as I mentioned, it's a position that is flexibly staffed. So what the position right now, it's being funded as a Library 1 position, but let's say then we would be needing to fill it as a deputy county librarian, we would bring this item to the board.
Right.
Because if there is a significant increase, like I mentioned, 50, 60,000, then we would bring it to the board for the board to take action on it and decide whether it warrants us to be able to fill that position in the year.
Okay. But approval today, obviously, we're approving the dollar amount, and we're just going to be looking at the specific position later. I know it was, at some point, it was on our prior agenda, and then or our agenda for tomorrow, and then it got taken off for some reason, but probably maybe because of this.
Yeah. So I'm just going to clarify one last piece. So the position itself is just staffed as a flexible staffing, the same as the Library 1, 2. We could bring in a staff, either a Library 1 or a Library 2. In this case, right now, since the position still has not been approved by the board, having it incorporated into the budget allows us the possibility in the future, if we do want to hire someone, as long as the position has already been brought to the board
Yeah.
via this item.
But I assume we're going down this road because we're going to hire somebody. We're not just creating a position just to have it, right? I mean, I know we have a lot of those out there right now, but this is a specific position, and maybe there's an in-house sort of promotion that we're looking at. I don't know, but we're not. I assume it's not going to just sit there. We're approving the increase because Nora's going to go forward on day one and look for a person to fill the position. It was just on our agenda for tomorrow, so that's all.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
At times, board, I see the opportunities that lie out there for us. And as much as I would like to go after those positions, it's just not possible at times because there's not enough hours in the week. And you want to do a good job with whatever you do. It's not a good idea to reach out for so much and then do very little right. This position will give us that greater opportunity to reach out for more of those opportunities that we could get a hold of and deserve to have. But because of the lack of strength within the department, because you've got these other elements that you're already working on, it's not possible. I see this position as a wonderful opportunity, not only that it'll match where the library is at today, but it will also help us to continue to bring in the revenues that we could get from funding from other places as well. Thank you, board. And I apologize, I wasn't late. I was in my office multitasking, but I thought I should come anyway. And thank you,
Thank you, Nora.
Supervisor Kosmicki. I would like to say just one more thing. I talked a little bit about the social capital in our community. I'm from San Jose originally, worked over there for a long time. And there were volunteers. But the volunteers that we have in San Benito County are precious. They're precious because they help us so much. I've never done this publicly, but I'd like to say this. I want to thank B. Gonzalez for being part of that precious social capital at that particular time that was so significant. We had children sitting on chairs that were too high for them. And B, as a volunteer, with other volunteers, went down to the city of San Jose and was able to bring chairs at a very minuscule price for our children not to have to climb on chairs. our seniors not to have to sit on tables that were rickety and falling apart. I apologize, but I've never said this to you publicly. I should have. Thank you for all you've done for the library. Appreciate it.
I forgot to send you the email, Nora. Don't make me cry. Yeah, as I said, we loaded up my pickup truck, and a library in San Jose was closing down, and we literally filled that to the brim, tied it down, and we took all the inventory we can take from that closing library to bring it to Hollister. It was a long day, but as I said, as Nora said, I have been a friend of the library forever, and whatever I can do to make sure that the county and the children of the county get the services that they need, I will do what I need to do. And so, on that note, there isn't an official vote because this already had passed, and so that's a non-issue. So then we'll go to the next item that you had, Supervisor Kosmicki, which would have been item number 83, the Public Health Administration. What were your concerns?
Actually, one moment. I had a question on the housing
Yes.
as well. And again, this is the same issue, that the numbers.
So help me clarify. So 83 is not an issue, or 83 is an issue?
Yes, I just had a quick question on it. That's
Okay,
all.
go ahead.
It's
And what's
really
your
not an
question on
issue.
number 83?
My question is actually on 51. My issue is on 51. And I said 65. And again, I apologize. The numbers were, it says 65 right next to the thing, and I jotted down the wrong number. So
Okay,
that's
so
my
what
apologies.
was your concern? And it's item number for my clarification. What number is it? It was already
It's
passed. it sounds like.
51. It's 51.
51.
Yes.
Okay, housing under the RMA. Okay, so what is
So
your
first
concern on
question,
that one?
this is the housing programs coordinator contract, the affordable housing? Jamila Sakwa?
No, so there's a couple of different areas. So the housing coordinator, as you see, the only expenses on here are services and supplies. Let me jump on here. It's only the contract piece. So it's only, as you mentioned, it's only the housing coordinator, but the actual program, there's an item that I'm going to be touching on the regular agenda piece, which does more with affordable housing, and it touches on, I'm going to speak to some of the reasons why it's being shown through a different item, but yes.
I guess I would like to have a
Yeah.
brief discussion on that contract in particular at some point. So
Sure.
is that could be done under the,
I think so. I think if we also have Benny in the RMA department, they could speak a little bit more to it.
Yeah, I think Benny would be able to speak more eloquently to that. Benny, is Benny
Okay.
on the line right now? Can you go ahead and,
is now the appropriate time? or
this
do
is
we-
the time to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm online.
Thanks, Benny.
Yeah, so Mike, well, first off, my understanding is we have this agreement, we split it with the city of Hollister, essentially this contract for housing programs coordinator. So I was wondering what our costs specifically to that position are, if we have that. I couldn't see a specific number. And I apologize for such and if we don't have the exact cost, that's fine. I guess I'll get to my issue. My concern is that I think we saw when we had a presentation on affordable housing recently that we've had somewhere around a handful of affordable housing units built in the last handful of years, and it's for me it's a big sore spot. And I know I don't want to get into affordable housing. I think I've heard from others on this board that we all agree it's a priority, that we need to do a better job as a county of promoting and developing affordable housing. So I'm wondering, how much do we pay for this contract? Because I'm not so sure we're getting value out of it, to be frank.
Mr. Chair, members of the board,
We can,
Madam Chair, members of the board,
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
it's Benny Young. This is a contract that is split with the city of Hollister. So our cost is around $50,000.
Okay, thank you. Can we clarify where in the sort of the budget here that we, again, I apologize if we've already, and this is a temporary due pass, so none of this is permanent, obviously.
Right. So I think for me, a little bit of clarity. What are you looking for specifically? Do you want to see? Do you want the contract amount?
I guess at some point we should have a discussion on what our goals are and with that person that is contracted, and how do we reach those goals? You know.
Yeah. Okay. So I think this is my recommendation to your board. I would recommend moving this forward, but I think in another agenda, I think we should come back. We can discuss the contract. We can actually meet with the city. I think that it's a lot bigger than that because we're jointly working together, and there's a splitting of time. So there is some cost that I'm trying to glean what you're looking for, like other, supplies and other things that she may be using. It's just she does split her time physically at RMA, and then also I know she has she spends time in Hollister. So there is some costs there, some services and supplies and other things in that office that she uses. That there's a cost to it, obviously, but I think from the duties that are assigned and I think the what's requested within the contract, I think that's what you're more referring to, right? Like what, and I think that's something I think we should take back to your board at a later date and discuss that a little bit more thoroughly. That would be my recommendation to your board.
I would concur, because I would like to know specifically what she does, what she's accountable to us, and I understand it's 50% time with the city, but I share your concerns about affordable housing and it not being fully addressed, and so.
Yeah. And again, this is a budget, so we can address services down the road. We can, cut services. We can change services. We can request whatever that your board is looking for. But we have some funding here to address that. So that's what this is about.
Great.
Yeah.
Did you have a concern?
I was just going to say, I agree with Supervisor Gonzalez. Thank you for bringing this up. And it is a big issue that we need to figure out how do we do a better job going forward. So thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez, did you have any comments since we're all chiming in? Okay, I take it that's a no. Okay, so we don't need to do any with that one. So then we will then move on to item number 83, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
No, and really the main thing is just, I know this is largely subvention funds. I just wanted to make sure that, there's some big increases. I think they're necessary increases in public health, considering the world we live in, especially now. I just want to make sure that there's clarity on the breakdown of subvention versus if there are any general fund. My understanding, we really don't put much, if any, general fund into this area. That's all.
So just a point of clarity, subvention, and that's a term that's used. It's usually funded by the state. State supplies funding or can be other funding. It's managed. It's non-general fund money is basically what it is. Gabriel probably could speak a little bit more eloquently to it. He came from a subvention fund department, and some of those department budgets are complicated. There's a lot of funding that comes through. There can be realignment money, 1991, realignment, 2011. There can be a lot of other funding that funnels down into the subvention departments, health and human services, behavioral health services, those types of departments. So to answer your question, or maybe to more emphasize, yes, you are correct. They're outside general fund money. They're non-general fund money. And that's what this department, how it mainly operates. But, Gabriel?
Yeah, like CEO Espinosa pretty much hit the nail on the head. The subvention funds receive funding from various revenue streams, whether it be the state or even the federal government. They get money from Medi-Cal to handle their administration. They report their expenses to the state for them to receive reimbursement. Whether it be state money via Realignment 1, Realignment 2, the 1991 or the 2011, or any other form of funding that they get through grants or services that they charge. Or also, they could be providing a service to a department where there is a need that they need to provide. So there's another form of revenue that comes in. There could also be collaborations where, let's say, the department wishes to do something for the community and it involves, let's say, one or another of the general fund departments. There could be some funding where the general fund does put in a little bit when it's something for like a public good for the community.
So as an example of that would be, you know, we have like a maintenance of effort for certain things. I know the courthouse, we have a maintenance of effort for that, even though it's kind of a separate thing. There's the public assistance that we actually do supply some funding for. So there is some, you know, I know at one time that we provided a decent amount of money to that. That number increased quite a bit, and then we looked at other programming within the subvention funds to offset those costs. So it's mainly general fund money.
But there's general fund would be a very small amount.
Zero to just very, very
Okay,
small.
that's all I need.
Very, very,
Thank you.
very
Appreciate it.
A little bit. And one other piece I want to address on, maybe help out a little bit more, and this also ties in with the governor's budget. He did make sure that address a lot of these areas. So even his budget, as he was getting it sent through his January budget and then his May revise, and then his upcoming one, now that they're going to be passing it, there's a lot of money that the governor is putting in and tying to both in the healthcare, social services, and in education. What that means is then that since these funds are subvention funding, they receive the money directly from the state. They come to the county, but it goes into their subvention fund. It doesn't really hit the general fund. So, and that's something that the governor himself, through his letters and everything that he's been providing, definitely making sure that he's addressing areas of concern within the state, which are for him education, social services, and health and wellness of the community, and also the homelessness situation. So, a part of this, some of these units within Health and Human Services, like Enrique's CSDW, which does work with the local homelessness community. There's a lot of grants and opportunities within those funds.
I'd like to add just one more thing, just probably more from an educational point of view. There are obviously, there is a cost to the general fund in many cases, and it's through like an in-kind fund. So as you see, administration did a lot of work with behavioral health and getting their building. There was a lot of behind-the-scenes things, staffing. So I think it's a good point to bring out to the public, I think, that there is a cost and there is even somewhat of a burden on staffing at times for some certain projects, certain things that are occurring. We do have what they call a cost plan, an 87 plan, that we usually get reimbursed over it's usually 2 years out. But a lot of times, depending on how we account for that, most of the time we don't get a lot of funds out of that because it's only as good as the data that gets put in, and a lot of times staff time, let's say administration, your time as an example, we don't really account a lot of times with some of the things that are worked on there. But I just wanted to share that with you, that there is other there is work from the general fund side that goes into these offices at times, and I just wanted to share that. That was it.
I appreciate that. And my larger point, I guess, and we can get into this when we get into the general discussion, is that, I'm a believer that we have to be careful about, and with our general fund dollars. I feel very concerned about the economy and where potentially it's going. And yes, we do need to create positions in some areas, but I just want to be making sure that we're really watching those general fund dollars closely and as possible.
I want to reiterate as well, I think you bring up a good point, Madam Chair, if I may. Keep in mind that these are subvention funds and these are programs. But this thing resonated in my ear all the time because Joe Paul and I have had many conversations. At the end of the day, who's on the hook is a general fund. So it depends on the situation. It depends on what it is. It depends on how committed we are with certain things. Ultimately, the general fund could be on the hook with some of these things. So you bring up a really good point that we have to be mindful of even the subvention funds and what those programs look. and the willingness, if there's a need to end certain programs, how that's tied to staff and services and a bunch of other things that go along with it. We have to be cognizant of that. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
Okay, so then, are there any other concerns on item number 83 from any of the board members? If not, I'll go ahead and go to the public. Are there any comments on item 83 from the consent item, from whether it be here in chambers or on Zoom?
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay. So then if there aren't any comments here in chambers, what is the will of the board for item 83, consent item?
Make a motion, we approve it.
Second.
Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, 4-0 on that. So with item 83 taken care of, that takes us to the regular part of the regular agenda. We have item 101, these are non-departments. And we'll go through each one of these items listed, item 101 through item number 140, 146, I believe. Sorry, I licked my fingers and looked at my mouse.
146, yeah.
146. Okay, so the first one is item number 101, home loan fund.
Gabriel?
Perfect. Thank you, Chair, Board of Supervisors. As you mentioned, and Supervisor Kosmicki was actually getting a little bit ahead of it, talking about what the housing unit is used for. So that one is used to incorporate the contract that we have with the city for the housing coordinator and the work that they do. And now to talk a little about what they're actually going to be working through. So budget unit 2970, the home loan fund. Right now we have it as in receipt of 1.1 million of a grant that we're going to be receiving from the state. What this grant is going to be doing is it's going to provide first-time home buyers loan assistance to qualified very low and low income applicants. This is all work that's being done in collaboration with Health and Human Services, the county, and this contractor through the housing unit. So this is one of the projects that they're going to be working with and in charge of. The reason that it's appearing also within the regular agenda is something that I wanted to highlight, just to make sure that the board is aware of different programs that are happening here within the community that we're looking at addressing. Definitely affordable housing being one of them, and this being a project directly targeting that area. I definitely wanted to highlight that for the board, and just kind of have this kind of as a discussion item. This one didn't have anything actionable. I just wanted to bring this up to the board, and if it was okay to approve this budget unit. And I'm going to turn it back over to the board in case you guys have any questions on this.
So because this was pulled aside and there was some sort of significant alteration than just whatever was granted last year, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's where, okay. So any concerns or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, no concern. I think it's a great project. This is the sweat equity project that I've heard referred to. How many homes are involved, Gabriel, do you know?
Not 100%. If RMA might be able to answer if they're on the line. Because I know one of the things that, and why I was kind of rushed towards the end where we were trying to add it onto the budget, was because they had already sifted through a lot of the applicants that they wanted to have these loans available to, and they wanted them to go live July 1st. So since our due pass with the budget is allowed to go live on July 1st, we wanted to make sure that all of this was incorporated within this year's budget, and this was brought up to the board's attention so they were aware of what we were doing. I'm not entirely 100% sure on how many of the customers or applicants we're going to be helping out, but we should be able to help out a decent amount.
Okay, thank you. This is, to Supervisor Kosmicki's point earlier, we need a lot more affordable housing. This is the kind of creative stuff that we need more of here. Thank you.
Okay.
I can get the number for you and
Okay.
provide that.
Any comments from Zoom?
Jamila Saka has her hand raised.
Good morning, Board. This is Jamila Saka, the Housing Programs Coordinator. I do want to let you know specifically with this home grant, it will service at least, or well, the grant is set to service 16 applicants or 16 future homeowners. And then the project entirely is 24 single-family homes. So I hope that helps answer that question.
Thank you, Jamal.
Thank you.
Okay. Any comments here in the chambers? Okay. I'm just going to kind of digress a little bit on this item. When I was elected, I told everybody that I'm going to be unlike any other supervisor they've ever had before. I don't own a business. I don't own a home here any longer. I did own a home on Gonzales Drive that was the product of self-help at Sweat Equity. And so my ex-husband and I, when my son was 2, we built our home on Gonzales Drive. And we received a grant from the federal government to help us. We got a loan, a home loan, and worked toward paying it off during the time when we had the economic downfall and the crisis with the housing. We became victims of that, and I lost our home in the process. But Sweat Equity is an amazing product. The residents, the homeowners, they build love, respect, and appreciation for building their own home. And individuals that receive a home through this program, they're going to be like your perfect homeowners, tenants. They appreciate it. It's a hand up. It's a help up to people who can never afford a home. And I'm glad to hear that this program, that we're going to continue this. I know that the program that we were participated in was through the federal government and an organization called Techo out of Monterey County. And so I look forward to sitting here on the board and knowing that other families in this community are going to be able to participate in that, because I know that it just did wonders for our family. And so, as I said, we don't own it any longer. We lost it through poor decisions on my part, but I commend the county for being able to do this. It's awesome. So thank you.
I want to add one thing,
Yes,
Madam
please.
Chair, as well. There might be a fluctuation, might be an increase in number that we may be able to help. So what we'll do is I'll ask staff to come back with a more clear presentation to your board and really outline the program and outline the assistance that we're going to be able to provide to our local residents.
And excuse me, just as a follow-up, because I've heard so many, great things about this, and why not more of these kind of projects? I mean, it kind of begs the question. We've been so unsuccessful everywhere else, same thing. Affordable housing is such a problem. Something like this is such a positive thing. Can we build on this and, no pun intended, and, do more of these kind of programs?
I would say, in short, the answer is yes. I think we've been progressing. We've been trying every year, going after funding, outside funding. I know that we've been keen on looking at receiving it, for any developments, actually receiving some funding for programs such as this, working collaboratively with Sunny's group, CSDC, I believe it is, as well as another group. I think these are great programs. Behavioral Health has run some programs for housing, Health and Human Services. So I know that we have been working diligently on different programs, and I think we can just make it grow. So the answer is, I think in short, is we can. I think also too, we're in a unique situation, a unique area too, because cost of housing is so high. It's difficult to reduce housing that is affordable. Because even the affordability of creating a house just in general, when a piece of plywood's almost $100, it's difficult to, even at cost, to do that. So there's a lot of work that I know that these groups actually do. They go after, free lumber. There's a lot of things. There's connections to make those costs go down, free labor, other things that go with it. But I think at the end of the day, the answer is yes. One thing I will highlight, depending on the project, as an example, San Juan Oaks, we had a development agreement with, it was Pulte Homes at the time, and we actually had allocated about $6 million. A portion of that was going to go to programs such as this. So the vision, even back then, which has been a while ago, 8, maybe 9 years ago, I can't remember now, seems a decade ago, feels like, what was to increase funding and look at other options to be able to help the local residents. So that's just FYI on that. Yeah. So we'll back to you, Madam Chair.
Sorry. So then what is the will of the board for item number 101? Oh, did we go to public comment on this one? Okay, sorry. The will of the board on item 101?
I'll make a motion, we approve it.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we have a 4-0. Let's go ahead and go on to item number 102, Board of Supervisor Supplementary Budget Amendment.
Thank you, Board. So item number 102 is a bit of a cleanup from an item from a couple of board meetings ago. So the board approved ordinance number 1021 or 1021, which approved a compensation increase for the Board of Supervisors. So we need to account for that in the upcoming year. So all this item is asking for is for the board to allow for the increase to take place in the budget. And again, the reason for it was because before the budget was put together, there wasn't any authorization on the increase. But now that there is, I need to account for it in the budget.
Back to you, Madam Chair.
So item number 102, do we have any members from the public that would like to make a comment on this? Board members, while they're looking to see if there's any items, does anyone else have any comments for number 102?
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand. No comments on Zoom.
Okay, any in chambers? All right, Supervisor Kosmicki, go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. I was just curious about the services and supplies. I'm guessing we spread those out over all the departments essentially, and there's some sort of algorithm involved. But the $133,000, it's not like we have this 20. I know we get like that small allotment. Maybe that's in there, the 3,500 for discretionary, and but I don't use $20,000 in paper. That's for sure. And I know there's travel and things like that are. But just so the public is aware, maybe we can mention, because otherwise that number kind of jumps out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's a lot of other things. Normally, under normal budget, there's activities. I do know that, as an example, in July, there's going to be travel that's authorized for NACO. So they're actually meeting in person. So there's obviously, with the budget for that. And there's quite a few meetings that your board members do attend up and down the state, as well as attending in Sacramento. So there's a lot of travel, there's a lot of communication, both in Sacramento and in Washington, that your board must attend and should be attending. So there's just an overall cost there associated with that.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
quick
please.
question for Gabriel. So I understand the need for adjustment for the increase in salary. And maybe I missed this, but it shows actually on this where salary and benefits is actually down from last year. Is flowing through other charges, that's where the increase is reflected?
The salary and benefits piece?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at
Yeah.
2021's 409, 21-22's 395. So obviously, other charges must be where you're reflecting the increase?
And that's the reason that I'm coming here for the board, is to ask for the increase. So the budget as it sits right now doesn't have it.
Oh, it does, this doesn't reflect it then?
Not yet.
I'm sorry, I didn't
Yes, and this is the reason why I'm coming to the board, because since the item was just barely approved a couple board meetings ago, it wasn't part of the published budget, but now that it was approved and it's going to be taken into effect, I need to then account for it. So The 775 it's going to increase to closer to $1 million with the increase of about 200,000.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that increase goes in effect, is it the beginning of the fiscal, when's that officially go into effect? I guess I should know that, but
I'm sorry, can you clarify your question?
when does the increase
September, I believe,
become effective?
It's after this, after.
for the comp study.
It was 60 days after. It was 60 days after the last hearing, so the last date, it was last meeting, so probably
I was thinking at the end of August and probably not effective to the first pay period or
That's correct.
in
It's about
September.
September-ish
Yeah,
timeframe.
that's what I anticipated.
Yep, that's about right.
So this increase is actually, it's not a full
It's not a full year.
year?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, thanks for the clarification.
Yes.
And so with when we approve this, we're approving this increase? Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
Madam Chair, one more quick question. Are we taking into account the vacancy as well? There's 4 to 6 months. It's
Mhm.
probably going to take just when we do the actual numbers, I just probably want to make sure we do that.
Yeah, and the thing is, that's the thing, we usually budget, again, keep in mind, the budget's the best plan, but we obviously didn't plan on somebody leaving an elected seat, so those are things that do come up. We can make mid-year adjustments as well. And again, those are some of the things that, just as an example of the numbers that we talked about in the very beginning, we have to budget for these items, but a lot of times the positions are not filled, so then all of a sudden, it shows up as a kind of a negative in some cases, so, yeah. But we'll work on that and get that dialed in on the adopted budget.
So Supervisor Hernandez, do you have any concerns on item number 102?
No concerns, Madam Chair.
Okay. So if there aren't any further questions? Have I gone to the public? I was asking Tiffany if we had gone to the public.
Go ahead. Go ahead and
Okay.
go ahead and go to the public.
I'm so sorry. Madam Clerk, can we go to the public, please?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Any comments here in the chambers? I see none. So what is the will of the board for item number 102?
Move to approve number 102.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 4-0. That will take us to item number 103, county admin.
Perfect. So, thank you, Board. So number 103 is our Budget Unit 1047, Disaster Recovery. Budget Unit works in continuation from the last fiscal year. So the county, as we sit right now, this fiscal year, we received $6 million for the American Rescue Plan. In the upcoming year, in 12 months' time, we'll be receiving another $6 million for this. The funding in this unit goes towards various projects in the community, whether that's addressing homelessness, clean water, sewer, broadband projects. And with this unit, I just wanted to kind of highlight some of those projects that we're wishing to do this year. This is more of an informational, kind of educational piece of funding that we've received in previous years and what we're looking to do this upcoming year, specifically in the areas of homelessness and water treatment projects. So what this unit is doing is it's addressing those concerns, and it's going to allow for us to put together a plan with the board's approval to move forward with these projects. And with that, I turn it back to the board in case they have any questions.
And one thing, Madam Chair, if I may, we will be coming back to your board with a clear, defined budget for this. We're just right now authorizing the ability to spend the money, but we will come back and then let your board deliberate, discuss, and kind of create the policy and the direction you like to see that money being spent at a later date.
Okay.
Madam Chair, 2 questions. One is, just looking back, you're showing under 2021 a $7 million revenue and 6.1 million expenses. What was that? Can you further explain that a little bit? And then my second question is the the 6,111,000, I mean, it's a very specific number. I'm just curious, how did we come up with that as far as expenses for this year, this coming fiscal year?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your question. Supervisor Tiffany, to answer that, the reason that in the 2021 budget, we included $7 million is because we included part of the FEMA reimbursement costs for some of the programs that we were operating in the community, whether it be the Great Plates or some COVID reimbursable costs. With those in the budget, we received $6 million of the CARES Act package. And then in addition to that, we projected to receive about $1 million worth of FEMA reimbursable costs. As of yet, we haven't gotten the reimbursement from FEMA yet on some of those expenses. We have been in talks and collaboration with our FEMA representative and all those stuff to make sure that we get those funds to the county. And we're actually taking really big steps to making sure that happens. I think it's going to happen in the next probably couple of weeks as some of these projects are kind of tightening up and dwindling down as they're completed. Now on the expense side, as you mentioned, what we budget on there is more or less what we think we're going to be spending in some areas, would it be some of the projects on some of the rough estimates. So what this allows us to do is allows us to have a plan of expenditure for areas where we think we're going to be putting together some of these projects. All this is just allowing us some flexibility. So by the time that it does come to for us to bring some of these projects to the board, we already have the funding there kind of flexible to move forward. The only thing is we need the board's approval to move forward with the projects. And at that time, we will come to the board with those.
Okay, thank you. And getting back to what you're just talking about, FEMA, and we talked about this a little bit before, because of the way the money flows in, and of course it comes over different fiscal years.
Right.
So somewhere is it showing as a receivable that's sitting there on the books that we're waiting for this money to come in that eventually is relieved? Is that how it's accounted for?
Right now, it's not accounted for as that, but with the auditor's office, that's more than likely what we're going to do is account a receivable for funding that we're potentially going to be receiving from the FEMA, the federal government program at some point in the future.
But they have to authorize it.
Yeah.
So they have to give us an approval letter
Yes.
to say, yes, you
You-
can count it as a receivable. The problem is right now, we cannot until they authorize it.
We
So
have to-
you don't count it as receivable?
don't, right.
So at the moment, I mean,
Shows the,
who knows?
right, exactly.
But in theory, we're getting it, but we can't show it as receivable
That's right.
yet.
And we're not the only county in the same boat. All counties up and down the state are confronted with this similar situation.
Is that the way it works with, also in some cases with state money? Is it really federal money we're talking about, where, and it's primarily FEMA money where there's that issue?
I don't know if Joe Paul can answer that. I see it a lot more with FEMA and Fed, but I'm sure there's probably, he's been around longer.
Good
morning.
Chair and Board of Supervisors. Customarily, the state, they authorize funding via legislation. And so we always note via legislation what what our allocation going to be amongst the 58 states. 58 counties, sorry. With FEMA, the only time we can really recognize a receivable is when we get that a commitment letter in hand, because it could be several years before we see any sort of funds, and so the only thing that we can rely on is that commitment.
I see. So for the moment, this shows 900,000 that we're in a deficit, I guess, in this one particular fund for last year. That will sit there until we get the official word. Also, with the, in regards to the American Rescue money, the $12 million, we've gotten the $6 million. We're scheduled to get another $6 million. Is that a receivable, or I mean, is that in a different kind of category? We're confident we're going to get that, so that's a receivable, or is that, again, we don't know until we get it?
I think with, as it relates to that, what money we receive, we included, like, for example, in this fiscal year. But the money, is committed to come in, you know, I'm tempted to say it would be a receivable book because it is a formal federal commitment. But, it's not FEMA. This is different funds. But I'm not sure on that. I can't.
I mean, and I think how staff views it is very similar to what Joe Paul Gonzalez just mentioned with regards to the state. It's very similar. The feds put in timelines, they put in dates. These are the dates you're going to receive the funding.
Right. And it's a legislated.
Yeah, right. And
item.
so that is more of that commitment. But the FEMA piece, that is, I mean, I know that when the floods occurred, that lasted for, man, almost 10 years, if I recall, or even beyond that, by the time the county started seeing some relief. So that can take a long time, the FEMA. And so I think that's the issues. I mean, I don't want to speak for Joe Paul, but those are the issues that we have from an accounting perspective to kind of go back to your, if you can include it in the books, basically. You can't unless you have a letter.
Okay, thank you.
That plus the fact that when we have to receive the funds within 60 days of the end of the fiscal year to be able to include it as a receivable.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
So that was item 103. Have we gone to public comment on this item?
No, go ahead.
Okay, can we do so now then?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay, any here in the chambers? Okay, I see none. And individuals shaking their head adamantly, none. Okay, so on that note, what is the will of the board for item number 103? Any comments, concerns beyond what was already stated?
I make a motion that we approve it.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, 4-0. That will take us on to the next item, item 104 and 105, and I see the sheriff is here, or the sheriff to be is here. So if you want to come on up, just in case there's any questions.
Madam Chair, can we hear both those items at the same time?
Sure,
Is that okay?
405, 104 and 105, yes, please.
Thank you. Do you want to go ahead and quickly open it up briefly and then pass it on to our sheriff? Go ahead and go up to the.
So, primary purpose of Budget Unit 1175 operations and 1195 corrections is just kind of to highlight our two units, two of these units for the Sheriff's Department, see kind of what they're working with and what they're doing. Highlight a couple of the increases in this year's budget. For example, we're adding a position funded by AB 109. There's some vehicle purchase and equipment purchase being funded by impact fees within the law enforcement impact fund. That's the operations one. And as you mentioned, going over the corrections one, significant changes this year is we're going to do a little bit of modification with some of the staffing to come during the year. So that's something to look out for. There's some staffing switches that we're thinking about implementing and doing between both the corrections and the operations division. And there's some finishing touches on the jail expansion that we're just going to be completing. One thing that I did want to highlight, obviously, is we had the successful ribbon cutting of the new jail extension, which is amazing. I hope you guys all got to tour it. It was amazing in there. It looks, state of the art, brand new. I think it's going to be a great addition to what's already there. So those are the kind of items I just kind of wanted to highlight. And as you mentioned, we have incoming Sheriff Taylor here.
I'd like to invite him up and maybe say a few comments with regards to your two budgets.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board. And thank you, Gabriel. It's been really nice working with Gabriel so far. I'm actually getting up to speed. So the way the current configuration of our Sheriff's Office under Sheriff Thompson is that we have 3 divisions. We have an administrative division, an operations division, which I run, and a corrections division, which is run by Captain LaMonica. So I haven't been really in tune with the budgeting for the jail up to this point because it's not my division. but I do have Kelly Kennedy here, and I'd like to put her on the spot whenever I can. So if you do have any specific questions about that, I do know that we are trying to ramp up to get that, that facility open around August, and with that comes some mandated staffing. So I know that that's something that we're definitely excited to get up and running to provide programming and provide some services to our residents there. And as far as the operations staff is concerned, I think we have some pretty exciting additions that are funded through AB 109 that are really shortcomings that our office currently has, which is with some front office staff and with an IT support, which will really make us be able to do our jobs a lot easier, a lot better. So I appreciate that. And I'm open to any questions, and Kelly's here because she's the brains behind the budget.
Madam Chair, a couple questions.
Please go ahead.
So there was two questions, and maybe I didn't look at this right, but when I was looking at the number of the number of positions, both in terms of the operations and also the corrections. So with it looked to me like, but again, maybe I saw this wrong, that at least what we were seeing, the corrections was down an officer and operations was down a deputy, but then I'm seeing an increase here, which makes more sense to me. And I guess my big question is we've opened a new facility, so my immediate thought would be there's got to be an increase in the number of personnel to run that facility, but maybe that's all already somehow accounted for. That's one question for the jail. And then the second question is just a broader, question. I know we are spread awfully thin. We've talked about this before, particularly in, for example, South County, although I guess it's better than it was at one time because there is a dedicated deputy. But I'm just curious your thoughts about what the coverage is for operations with our county going forward.
If I may just highlight one thing, if it's okay with you. When I'm looking at the FTE on the schedule itself, it shows an increase from 32.5 to 33.5 on the actual operations side.
Maybe I read
there's
it wrong.
So that if you notice, there's a full FTE increase there on the staff report. So, yeah.
I must have looked at it wrong, Gabriel.
I have exactly what you're going to be, what's going to clarify this. So in the previous year's budget, which doesn't show on here, there were some positions that were entered as unfunded positions. Expecting growth in the future, they were added onto the budget, not funded. So essentially the operations on the corrections side carried some of these positions as unfunded, which allowed for potential growth. Now that the jail is fully expanded, what we then did is move those positions from being unfunded to funded.
Okay.
So the total number of FTEs didn't change, but the total number of funded FTEs did.
Okay. So I wasn't fully crazy.
No.
Okay. So then that leads me to, I guess, a general one additional funded position for corrections.
Mm-hmm.
How there must be some shifting in terms of between the two jail facilities to just have one additional funded. So I guess that's a question now. How do we do that just with one extra person?
I don't.
Good morning. Over the past, I want to say 3 budgets, there's been 6 positions added, new positions added. So that's where, and they've been anticipating the opening of the jail for the last 3 years.
Okay.
And so every year, 2 have been added just to get them trained and going for this moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not what it looks.
Okay.
But they're there.
That makes sense.
And then the loss of position is because they added a sergeant and switched positions around to add an administrative sergeant mid-year.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. That helps. And then my second question, again, just in terms of which I know is where you've been. So as far as the operations go, what's your, just a general thought about, we're adding a deputy, it looks like, in that area, and where is that coverage going to be? And then just what are your thoughts going forward, with the needs of Samuel County and operations?
I appreciate that question very much. So one of my struggles that, since I've been here is that we have been significantly understaffed since I got here in 2014. Now, when I first landed here, we had one deputy and one sergeant per 12-hour shift. So we had 2 people running for 1,400 square miles, which was absolutely unheard of.
Yeah.
So we're not there now, and actually we're getting through the previous boards and this board, we're getting back to where we were before things got really rough. So when the sheriff was elected, the sheriff's office was cut by about 50%. So we've definitely made some inroads, and we've gotten back up with our levels. The problem that I'm seeing right now is trying to figure out if we need to focus on adding more personnel or looking at compensation. So right now, I was just notified before I went on my weekend that one of our just amazing top performers in our office is looking to leave to a city north of us. And the only reason that this person is looking to leave is because of compensation, just a complete difference in compensation. And so when I was talking to this individual, I'm like, well, it can't be that much. And then I went and looked at the city's website and what we are able to offer, and it really is different. So right now, though we have these positions allocated and they're funded, I'm having a hard time filling them. So I made a promise when I got here as operations captain under Sheriff Thompson that I made a promise to the staff that I would rather leave a seat empty than fill it with a substandard employee. And my concern is that I don't want to fill a seat just to fill it. I don't want to put someone in a squad car and give them a gun and a badge just so we have someone out on the street. I want to make this place a desirable, professional, full-service sheriff's office with some people that deserve to be out on the street. So I think that's my struggle right now is what do I want to focus more on? Adding more positions that I haven't been able to fill to this point. I think how many openings we have right now? We have 3. And so each time that we open these positions, we're maybe a year out before the person's actually on the street working. And I think that since I've been here, we've seen this constant cycling of we get these positions and we almost get there, and then we have people leave. And that's a concern of mine, is that I'm not going to be able to sustain many more losses to keep the level of professionalism that I think we have going for us right now. So we don't have enough staff, and we're working really hard to get those positions filled. But I also need to make sure that I'm retaining the people that are here so that we don't have this constant catch-up game going on. I don't know if that's helpful at all.
Yeah, no, very helpful. So a few follow-up questions. So we're looking at adding another position, plus there's 3 unfilled right now. So in theory, four additional positions in operations, if you could fill them.
Correct.
And then, so then right now, the way it is, you said at one time we had 2 people. I mean, right now, what is the situation on any given, time? How many people are on the, covering San Benito County at the moment for each shift?
So on 2 of the shifts, we have a sergeant and 3. And on 2 of the shifts, we have a sergeant and 2. So we've almost, we've doubled on 2 of the shifts. And when we were firing on all cylinders, that does not include the South County deputy. That's an additional position. So that kind of adds a quasi 4th person during the day, because that individual runs a 4-day work week. So we're just at a sergeant and 3 per shift. And it leaves me with 1 sergeant and 1 detective that handles all coroner cases and all investigative follow-up, which makes them a very reactive detective bureau. So for instance, I know Supervisor Kosmicki and I have talked before about issues on the Deanza Trail with break-ins. I don't have staff to be able to put out there in unmarked vehicles and plain clothes to do surveillance type activity, to do proactive detective work. We don't have that ability because the only 2 people I have in the detective bureau are handling all the coroner cases and all the follow-up and the sexual assaults that come in. So it really, that division gets overwhelmed immediately almost every day. So it makes it difficult for us to be crime preventers. It just makes us be crime reactors. Mm-hmm. And that's a problem for me, because that's not the type of office that I want to have. I'm also looking to do some shuffling around. We don't have any type of division right now that handles any type of community outreach or any type of community engagement. And so I want to add that to our community, is to add some community engagement, some outreach that we can actually, that's been the norm in public safety for years. And so I'm going to need to have people to be able to go do those type of preventative educational things that we currently are lacking.
So getting back to your point about the, not just the need to hire people, but to retain them in higher quality because of the amount that we're paying. When we're looking at this budget, in your mind, and maybe this is, you're not there yet because you're just going to be coming on board as a sheriff, are we going to be in a position where we're going to need to look to increase what we're paying in these positions so that we can fill them? And I guess I'm asking this question to Gabriel and Ray is, you know, if the sheriff comes to us in 3 months and after evaluating he thinks we need to bump the pay level up, are we going to be able to do that as a board and make the adjustments to the
Yeah,
budget?
so if I may, Madam Chair, I would probably respond in this fashion. The first opening remarks that we had was 20% vacancy. It's not only happening to the sheriff's office, this issue, it's happening in every office
Right.
that we have.
Public Works is a big
Yeah,
issue,
so,
yeah.
and you saw that number, how big that number is. So, I wanted you to just picture that in your mind. It's a systemic problem. It's something we have to address. And I know that we have the ad hoc that is addressing our economic development, because at the end of the day, that's really what we have to bring in more revenue. And I think your board has expressed that, your support of that, in order to be able to cover that. Now, the unique thing is that we live so close, or we are so close, we butt up against probably one of the richest and wealthiest counties in probably the world. And they have the revenues to set their salaries at a pretty high level. We just don't have that type of revenue coming in, and it's very difficult. It's hard for me to answer that question because it's a pretty complicated response. I think it's something that your board's going to have to work with and look at. And we'll be working with the sheriff's office on that. I do know that there's been, that they've worked on investing technology in the corrections office, as an example, to reduce staffing. But I know the BCSS had some concerns, and I'm not sure where they stand, if they've made a commitment yet to allowing us to have one person operate the entire facility, both the new and old jail. So those are things that we looked at. We invested a decent amount of general fund money to have the systems talk. So we could reduce staffing. So in general, in the opening remarks, we also covered the budgeting system and a lot of the technologies that we have before us to reduce staffing to allow us to be a little bit more efficient. And we're doing those types of things, but at the end of the day, we still need personnel. They need personnel on the street. You know, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to revenue.
Well,
That's really,
and also though, and again, I know we addressed this and talked about this, and that we're going to be looking at this. That's why it's so critical in my mind. You mentioned 20% vacancy. If that's not a real number, which I gather it's not, you know, in the case of the sheriffs or public works, there's definite need for additional people, but it may be that if it is overblown in some other departments, then we don't want that to hinder us from having the ability to make increases in the positions that we do need to fill, because we don't have the money.
and we've done that in many offices. We've done it here in administration. We've done it, I believe, in county counsel's office. When we had troubles hiring somebody, we increased the wages. In other offices, we've done that. Quite a few offices, we've addressed that. So behavioral health services, we've increased. I do know RMA, the road crew, right now, HR is working on that to increase the wages there. It is a problem.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's
and-
not a problem. I'm
yeah.
just saying that because we're showing so many open positions, obviously that's increasing what our expenses are. But if we're not really planning to, fill some of those
Yeah.
positions, then we'd be better off reducing them, and then we'd have a better idea really where
That's what we plan to do this next year.
exactly.
I mean, that's what and I can tell you that in administration, as an example, we had an assistant CAO. We had it advertised for 3 years, maybe longer, and we recruited, and guess what? It was just not enough money
Yeah.
for people to come down to our county. So I think at the end of the day, it's not it's a tough equation, and we're working on it. And I think next year we're gonna address that to the best that we can. And again, that was one of the reasons why we actually installed or implemented the vacancy budget, to allow flexibility because of that. Because there may be a time where we can get somebody in an office, so we got to grab it with two hands and bring somebody in. And so, yeah. So
Yeah, I
And
understand.
real quick with that, Supervisor Tiffany, I don't think that just baseline salary, that's not what I'm going to come in front of this board and just say, hey, give us more money. I mean, our office, we get paid well. We have nice benefits package. We have a fun job, right? So I think that there's a lot of creative things that I can do in the office to pique interest for people to want to work here. So when I worked at the city of Watsonville, we got paid really well over there. We had great benefits package. We had a lot of activity. It was a fun place to work. We had plenty to do. You were never bored. And we still lost people to the Bay Area over there. So it wasn't just about the pay. And I'm always going to advocate that when things are good and when there's revenues, that we compensate our employees appropriately. I'm totally on board for that. But I probably will come back in front of this board and ask for some more creative things, like some specialized assignments, incentive pay, some things like that that a person is not just going to sit here and say, okay, if I come to work in San Benito County, I'm going to push a patrol car around for 30 years, never advance, never promote, never get to do anything different. But I can go to the Bay Area, and they have motorcycles, horses, SWAT. They have all these different things I can do in my career. That's what attracts most law enforcement, is the opportunities to go beyond just that one job. So I think that if we can create those type of opportunities here, that in and of itself can get us to retain employees. Because some people that leave here, that come back, and the same thing happened to my prior employer. They left because they left for the money, and they realized that the culture was so much better where we were, that they want to come back. So I think that if we can cultivate a culture here in this county, that it's not just about that they're compensated fairly, and that we have some special things for them to be able to do, to expand on their knowledge base, to be able to impact the community in different ways than just in a patrol car, which is the heart and soul of our office, is the patrol division. But if I can create those interesting opportunities for people to keep them here, this is an amazing place to work. I came here on a pay cut. I came here because I thought my future was going to be better, and it has been. There's been the positives about me coming here were far outweighed the cut I took in pay from leaving Santa Cruz County to come to San Benito County. And I have caught up, and my life is great, and everything's good for me. So I think if I can show that that's a possibility for other people here, that it's not just going to be about that base pay, it's going to be about being able to work. And we're really trying hard to cultivate local talent. I mean, we've been able to hire a lot of local people. We just finally snatched the kid from Anzar High School, right? That's working the street now. And if you want a ray of sunshine, please come across Deputy Cedeno, because if you don't smile after talking to that guy, then you have a problem. So we just have this young, fresh talent that's coming here. We have local kids that want to stay here, that want to impact their community. And if we can make it interesting and keep them here, it's going to be about those things too, not just the base pay.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I know, being from the business world, surveys always show that pay is down the list in terms of what's most important. And so you make some really good points. So I'm going to expect seeing horses downtown Hollister.
Exactly, yeah, for
Okay?
sure. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, the horse thing sounds kind of cool. I don't That'd be kind of classic San Benito County. I'd like the thought about incentive pay. Obviously, it's tricky when you get into unions and negotiations, and we have a lot of other unions that are going to be keeping a close eye on that. So I'd be interested to talk and hear more about that and how we can do that in a way that's doesn't cause too much conflict. The compensation study, I was curious, we had the countywide compensation study, takes effect in September. Do you have the feeling like that's going to help your department? I can't recall how many positions were impacted.
I think it's absolutely helpful. And you know what, honestly, and I've talked to multiple people about this. I got here in 2014, and I've had a great relationship with the people since I've worked here. I've been here only under CEO Espinoza. I've had a great relationship with Barbara. But I know that there was some old bad blood with some of the veteran employees here that didn't feel supported. And I don't think that our staff feels that way anymore. They have a lot of faith in the board. They have a lot of faith in Gabe. They had a lot of faith in Stuart. They have a lot of faith in Edgar. And I think that our staff, at least the people that talk to me, they feel like they're in. They're buying in to what the county's trying to do and where we're going. And so I think the class and comp study really helped, but like CEO Espinoza is talking about, we're getting to 90% of median. Well, the problem is they look right there, and that's way more than off of 10%. So I think it really said a lot to our employees. The counties that were included in the class and comp study, that was like a legitimate, I think our staff felt very supported that it wasn't that you're just trying to take these outlying counties with 3,000 people in them that make really low pay and compare us against them. It was a legitimate, nicely done class and comp study that I think our staff really appreciates and they feel supported. So it's really difficult because there are agencies so close to us that are at the high end of the class and comp study, and they're within the easy commute. So that's a battle that we're having.
No, I appreciate hearing that. And I just want to echo what's been said already as far as revenue goes. I think we have a board that's very, very pro economic development, and we have, and as far as revenue, I'm hopeful on the sales tax. I feel good about the cannabis potential, and there's just a number of areas that we're looking at. So I'm just, we're going to continue. I want all our employees to know that we're going to continue working hard at being creative and developing, revenue generation that is long lasting and sustainable. And I personally, I want to make it a goal. Hopefully all of us, by the time we leave this board, that we're a lot closer to the Bay Area as far as pay. We may not get all the way there, but I really want to make that a high priority for this board, that we do generate significantly more revenue and that we're able to reward our employees that want to stay here. So
there's definitely, we all know there's some employees that, at least in my office, we're not going to be able to reach, but the vast majority feel supported and believe in what's being done here. There's nobody believes that you're sitting on a pile of hidden money somewhere. I mean, everyone appreciates the effort that's being done in our office.
Right. Just a couple minor things. There was that study done 10, 12 years ago, maybe longer, cooperation. I know we've probably talked about this with the city. That might be an area, just efficiencies, maybe going back and looking at that, and certainly not to suggest consolidation of any kind, but just, maybe we've missed some things. You're going to be bringing in a new, approach, I guess, and you're going to be a new sheriff. So I would suggest at least going back and looking at that and just seeing if anything fell through the cracks per se.
Yeah, and I think the beauty of that too is I feel that I have a very good relationship with Chief Reynoso. We share a lot of the same vision, and I think we could work really well together without trying to step on each other's toes. We can collaborate, I think, quite a bit with the city.
Great. And then you mentioned communication. Maybe that's something we can, I know the city of Hollister sort of had dual role when former Chief Westrick was a sergeant, and maybe even as an officer, he was a PIO. Maybe we can somehow incorporate, when we do gain enough revenue, to have a permanent PIO position maybe that can have somewhat of an emphasis in your department so that we don't necessarily have to go and hire, an entirely different PIO just for the sheriff's office. Just a thought.
Yeah, I'd say that's not uncommon. I mean, there are some agencies and offices that hire their own. I believe Santa Cruz County has their own contracted PIO. The city of Watsonville Police Department has their own contracted PIO that's their own person. But then there's other places, I mean, like ours, that they have a PIO that can speak to different things. And I have a great, we're talking about our current PIO, Westrick. I have a great relationship with him, and I would have no problem with him speaking on matters of public safety.
Great. And then last thought, this is totally just related to overall those things we can do maybe to entice employees outside of just compensation is, and this is just a very broad thought, workforce housing is something that, I think we as a county should at least look at and have that on the radar as far as, I'm not an expert on workforce housing, but just generally the thought of developing housing specifically for our employees. Housing around here, especially now, is extraordinarily unaffordable for many of our employees, and so that's just an area I think we should look at.
And there's another program that we had over in Santa Cruz County that I actually took advantage of when I was a young police officer. I was able to save up to be able to purchase a house, but it's housing, county housing for law enforcement, where you are kind of the resident law enforcement person in apartment complexes or different areas of town. But it's definitely an incentive that a lot of officers took advantage of, and it helped them to be able to then afford to then invest and live locally, even if they were from out of the area.
Great. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez, did you have any questions or concerns?
No, I didn't have any questions or concerns. I actually appreciate what Supervisor Kazrikian mentioned. I know as a board we've actually talked about it. Workforce housing is a great idea. That was part of the conversation that we've had even as a board previously, which was basically focused on creating a benefit for the employment base, giving them a reason to stick around. And if they decide to leave, obviously it's a benefit they can't take with them. So it creates, I think, competition with other communities. If we can't offer the same pay, we can still offer some kind of benefit that gets them to stick around. Thank you. Those are my.
I know that he was having issues with his Wi-Fi, his service, and I saw a text that came in at 10 that I didn't just read till about 20 minutes ago. So I just wanted to make sure he's good. And I echo the comments that Supervisor Kosmicki and as well as Supervisor Hernandez and Tiffany had said that I would definitely like to see that workforce housing come to fruition, because there's a lot of professionals in this community that can't afford to buy the houses at the market rate, and it's just ridiculous. So that's something I will definitely be working with you to make sure that comes to fruition. Earlier, our CIO mentioned something about systemic problems in terms of retaining gainful employment or our current staff and revenue. And I'm hoping that this board is going to wholeheartedly find ways to be really creative to think about ways we can generate revenue so we can make sure that the pay salaries are comparable as much as we can be, so we can keep the qualified staff that you train and keep them on. Supervisor Kosmicki, you also mentioned something about the PIO, and I too would like to make sure that we look at the county, looking at a PIO for the county and going out maybe an RFP of some sort and making sure that that PIO can look at all of the departments and not just one particular to the sheriffs. But I agree with you, when I turn on the news and I see the Watsonville PD PIO coming out, or Santa Cruz, and it's like, I recognize that face, I know that face, and I know whatever they're telling me that it's bona fide, and I can believe what's being shared. And I know with all of the Facebook, everybody posting different elected officials from various jurisdictions post something, and it kind of just leads to lack of credibility here in the community. So we really need to have a unified voice and making sure the message that we are trying to convey from an official standpoint is in fact the official word. So thank you. You mentioned something about community engagement. I had a meeting with Chief Reynoso last week, and you were invited, and I guess maybe we failed to communicate the details to you, and I apologize for that, but we had the conversation about community engagement. So can you elaborate a little bit on how you want to go? I know that you are a proponent for community policing, and I'm thinking that's what you're referring to. But can you kind of just share with us, because I think that's something that all of the board members on sitting here would appreciate hearing from you, and the public as well.
Sure. Yeah. So, where I grew up learning how to be a cop, we were definitely a very forward-thinking community policing department, and I think that from the time that you come on as a young police officer, it's not uncommon to sit in roll call and have your sergeant hand you a paper in roll call and say, at 9 o'clock, go to this neighborhood, this school, this whatever, and you're going to present on this topic. And it was done so often and it's spread out across the whole department that everybody that worked there became really an ambassador of the message of the department and also a liaison to the community. So that's something that I've definitely seen lacking in our office, is that not having the people with public, if you haven't figured out yet, I don't mind public speaking, but a lot of people do. So being able to get our staff comfortable with going out and being in line with the message of the sheriff and the sheriff's office and what we're trying to do, and have those community engagement. The other thing that we have going on that's different in this community right now is when we have Santana Ranch, we have the new development on Southside Road. We have these large subdivisions going in that really is like city policing, and that's something that our office has never done. They have not done city type policing. Neighborhood watch, traffic issues, parking issues, getting people trained up to be able to do stuff like that. The other thing that I want to do almost immediately is we had a deal over there that was started by then Chief Terry Medina. We had every officer had what's called an RA, or responsibility area. So what I want to do is take all of our deputy sheriffs and give them an area of the county that they are responsible for, whether they're working or not. When they come back to work, they need to check in what's going on. Are there neighbor disputes? Are there vandalism? What's crime look like? So for instance, something like Ridgemark, we would probably have to split up in a couple of different things, or the city of San Juan Bautista split, probably have a couple different areas. Oak Creek, Quail Hollow, Santana, we would take the areas of the county and we would split them into responsibility areas, and then a deputy sheriff would actually be assigned to be responsible to have their finger on the pulse of what's happening in that community. So if I live in Stonegate and I have an issue, I know that Deputy Brown is my guy. So I can call him, email him, get a hold of him, have him come out and do presentations. You get to know the neighbors, you get to know the block captains, you get to know that type of stuff. So stuff like that, probably trying to think about too much too fast, but the Citizens Academy I think would be fantastic. It's a little bit controversial, but I'm also considering potentially some type of sheriff's advisory board. That's probably the place that California is going, maybe even nationwide, but to get out in front of that. So just some things like that.
One more thing, Madam Chair. You had the thought there when you mentioned that. I appreciate all that. I really appreciate the creative approach that you're taking, the responsibility areas. That's, I don't get into micromanaging, but you're telling us, so it sounds great to me. We're not too far removed from the Black Lives Matter movement. I think we're still within that realm. Just curious as far as training, what's on the horizon for the sheriff's office as far as training and just how just the response to that cultural shift?
Actually, it was last year, the city of Hollister, the police department hosted it and invited us to it, and it was phenomenal, and I would recommend it for anybody, even countywide. But it was implicit bias training. And you think you're going to go in there and get just bombarded with negativity, and it wasn't a negative thing at all. Everybody that went through it came out way better off than they went into it. I'd like to continue that type of training. Implicit bias is just, it was completely an eye-opener. We did the colors training here in the county. I'd love to see that continue, because that helps understand how we interact with each other and what makes each other tick. It's fun, and I think it's a way to get to know each other. But definitely I want our office to get away from only doing mandated training and start getting to the point where we're doing proactive training that's not mandated, but it just makes us better. One of the problems we have on that right now is that we're on a 3-12 schedule, 4-12 schedule. We're on a 12-hour schedule. 12-hour schedule doesn't give us any overlap. There's no overlap between shifts, and there's no overlap on either side of the week. So potentially looking at different schedules, which is probably going to make my staff really upset to hear, but I think we can have the conversation to work in some alternate type schedules to get some overlap so we can start having training days again. Potentially give them time to work out, to have some type of fitness incentive program, things like that. But I do think that we need to open that door and talk about different ways that we can staff our community, for sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on that, and I know when we talked a little bit about this when we sat down during the interview process. So do you see areas, and I know different communities are looking at this, where they're shifting some of the responsibilities away from police, sheriff, into other areas? Now, with our county, this may be tricky because we're undermanned in other departments as well. But do you see that as an opportunity also, whether it would be dealing with, mental health areas that you feel might be better served by, a different kind of county, personnel? I'm just curious what your thoughts are there.
Yeah, I think that we've all, and our CAO can empathize with this, but we've run into some of the hiccups even dealing with our homelessness, and Supervisor Kosmicki, the frustrations that we've had about the nuances of the criminal aspect as opposed to outreach and intervention aspect of it. And even in the meetings that we've had internally in this community, we've had people talk about, well, we don't do enforcement, we do this. And so we have to kind of like, that type of reallocation of funding is, I think, important, and just a new way to do the job. I think that you're going to find that law enforcement is supportive to not be the tip of the spear when it comes to mental health issues. We've been asking for that for years. And if that's something positive to come out of the tragedies that have occurred in this country, then that's going to be something that's going to be probably, I don't like the term, but a game changer for us. To be a tool in the toolbox for those type of responses, because they are dangerous, but have the professionals respond to those incidents. And that not only with mentally ill, but with juveniles. And then, of course, what we're dealing with right now with the condition of homelessness, and how do we combat that in a non-law enforcement way. So there's always going to be a part of us being involved because of the danger that's inherent in some of these things. But I don't think that it has to be this punitive law enforcement, put handcuffs on you, take you to jail for these type of issues. So I'm so open to that and actually thirsty for that to happen. To have some redirection of revenues to go towards mental health programs, because honestly, that's gonna, combating those problems in a different way will actually reduce our workload, which would open us up to be able to be more proactive, which then would reduce what we have to do reactively, right? So the best example, I think I probably gave it in some of the interviews that we did, but I had a doctor that talked about headaches and said that it's easier to put out a fire in a trash can than in a forest. And so that's kind of that's the analogy that I've liked to use for years with public safety, even if we want to talk about something that's near and dear to my heart, which is gang investigation and gang involvement and what makes gang members tick. It's a lot easier to put those fires out when they're small than when we wait for them to grow out of control. And so I think it's the same type of thing when we can identify people in our community that are suffering from mental illness, from homelessness. We have juveniles that need some diversion, not some punitive, arrest. Then we can squash these issues before they become big. And I can just, again, reflect back that years ago, makes me feel like I'm old now, but when I was at Washington High School, Salinas was a cowboy town. And now there's a lot of violence in that town. And it's because they didn't put a fire out when it was in the trash can. They waited for it to be a forest fire. And now they're trying to combat that. And I think that that's what I would never want to have happen here.
Madam Chair, one quick follow-up. This is a great conversation. Going back to the behavioral health side, there may, is just, I'm wondering if, we would somehow be able to, if we're going to add positions, there's subvention funds involved, federal and state dollars potentially. I wouldn't mind seeing that be a goal of ours to gradually move toward having responders, who their job is to go out to, as you mentioned, crime scenes and the homeless encampments, or the schools to a certain extent. Not to take away from the sheriff's office. I don't think we should be cutting from the sheriff's office, but I think that would free them up more for the more law enforcement activities and traditional, that we've talked about traffic enforcement, for instance, and some of these things that we just, our people just don't necessarily have a lot of time for. So just as a broad sort of just, vision, I think we should probably strategize to a certain extent how we can shift more of those activities into behavioral health and create sort of this cooperative environment between behavioral health and law enforcement. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, just briefly, I do know the CCP, which it has the Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health, the law enforcement, probation, and so forth, and actually a lot of funds actually go to the sheriff's organization for such programs. So I think what I'm hearing from you is somewhat happening, but I think we can be a little more focused and it'll be a little bit more diligent with our new sheriff coming on board. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, the conversations have been so great. I'm taking notes. I don't recall if we went to the public yet.
No, so we'd like to go ahead and take that to the
Okay,
public,
and
104
as
and
we-
105.
As we go to the public, what I would like to do is, once this item is been voted on, I would like to take a 7-minute break with respect to everybody who's in the room. Okay, so go ahead to the public.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas, good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. It is quite refreshing to hear Captain Taylor's ideas that will be coming to fruition sometime in the future. One of the questions that I have for the captain is, with regards to staffing, how many deputies do we have per population, per 1,000 in San Benito County? And I would also like to see, when you say community relations, I would like to see the deputies get out of the patrol cars, specifically in San Juan Bautista, and walk the streets and go in and introduce themselves to the merchants and to the people in San Juan Bautista. I go back years ago when we used to have San Juan Bautista used to have a sheriff, and used to ride a horse through town and all that stuff. I can't remember his name now. But anyway, going along with what you're saying about the community relations, I know that you won't be able to do that in these large housing developments, but to drive through there and have your face be seen, I think it is a great idea. Get to know who they are. I'm not a big proponent of the school resource officer. I think it's an authoritarian position instead of a friendlier position. But I'd like to see the deputies go out to the schools and introduce themselves that are in the county, and so that they can see that the sheriff, the deputies are their friends. I've over the years have heard parents in English and in Spanish tell their kids, if you don't behave, I'm going to call the cops. And that causes fears in them. So it would be really nice to see the deputies walking around in some of the county schools and introduce themselves. And as a deputy, you can't be a shy person. I know public speaking is completely different, but when you get out of the patrol car and you run to a situation, you're running on adrenaline. And so they forget about the fear of public speaking. So it's a way to get used to being able to talk to the public and going in there and having relationships with the schools. So thank you.
So thank you, Elia. I appreciate your support and all your ideas. So I think we're pretty close to about 1.5 per 1,000 if we take just county population that's out of the incorporated cities. I think that what we need to do is do a more modern staffing study, because I think that we're not super far off with that, but one of the issues that we have in our office is that anytime someone is sick or takes a day off, it generates overtime. And that's burdensome because now we're spending money on overtime that we shouldn't be if we had more dedicated staff. So I think with one of the things that Kelly and I can do with Gabe is sit down and there's a few different models out there about how to staff per 1,000 residents, and then basically what you kind of have to do is overhire to have people that are out on workman's comp or they're sick or they're on vacation. So we're not paying overtime for that so often. And I know that Kelly Kennedy's probably grasping her hands and white knuckled right now just talking about that. But I know it's a thing that's been really difficult for us. As far as San Juan Bautista, I am in talk with the city council there. I have a very good relationship with their city manager, Don Reynolds. And the way that works is that they are an incorporated city, so they contract with police services. I think that we could probably have a longer conversation with our budget officer, but my understanding is that we can only give them what they pay for. They pay for one deputy sheriff, which is 25% coverage. And so what Sheriff Thompson did a while back is we went to a random service model of just having people there stop in and get the amount of hours. It's about 3 hours a day in the city. 3 hours per shift, about 6 hours a day in the city. So what I'm looking to do, and I think what they're asking for again, is to go back to the model of having a dedicated deputy sheriff there, which I think for the residents of San Juan Bautista, I do think that that's an important role. What had ended up happening years back is that this is what I was told, when the deputy that was assigned to San Juan Bautista was not on duty, people were being told to call back when he was on duty, which is totally inappropriate. So even though the deputy would not be there during certain days and certain times, that would not prevent us from being able to still respond, patrol, and be part of the city and at least respond for calls for service. So I do think that's really important because then you, again, just like the responsibility areas, you have your go-to person. You know that you can call this guy or this girl and they can be the one to help you because they know what the backstory is, and it just makes things a lot easier. I don't remember if there was, as far as the schools, I absolutely agree. I think that I do have a lot of staff that, I have one guy, I'll just name him, his name is one of our sergeants, Brian Canez. He called me one day and said, hey, can I go down to Calaveras School on my day off and put on my uniform and go down there? I don't want overtime, I just want to go down there. And I was like, yeah, do you have a niece or a nephew or something? And he says, no. I just saw something posted that they're having a ceremony for some kids are being recognized, and I think that we should be there. And I thought, oh my gosh, you're speaking to my heart, I mean, that's exactly part of what the job of being a deputy sheriff or a police officer is to go do those type of things for the right reason. So I think that I know that we have staff now today that would be really wanting to go do those things, not in a adversarial SRO disciplinarian type way, but just as a way to get to meet the kids and get to meet the teachers and have those relationships. So I appreciate all those things, Elia. Thank you.
No other comments on Zoom.
Okay. I get accused a lot of speaking in cliches, and I don't know why it just comes to me. But the cliche comes to me, there's a new sheriff in town. And I love it. I love your idea. I love your approach. And what Ms. Salinas was referring to was the whole idea of community policing. So you're on it. You live it. You breathe it. You're on it. And so I'm confident that as this new sheriff in town comes into fruition and into authority, that it's going to be the best thing that's going to happen to San Diego County. And so thank you. So on that note, are there any other questions? And if not, we'll go ahead and what is the will of the board in terms of item number 104 and 105?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve 104 and 105.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Before you take your, sorry, go ahead.
Sir, go ahead.
Before you take your break, can I just add one thing?
Sure.
So as we go forward, it's about speaking and stuff, I'm in the unique position and the fortunate position to be able to be the one that stands up here and speaks to you, hopefully on a very frequent basis. But I want you to expect it. I'm going to have my staff speaking to you too, because it's not just about me, it's about what they all do. And just as far as the budget goes, I promise you that I get to stand up here and we have these nice interactions, but Kelly gets to deal with the real Eric Taylor that doesn't meet the deadlines that she puts for me, and the other captains do the same stuff. So and then luckily the relationship that we have and the help that we've had from Gabriel and Edgar and everybody at the county. I'm the one that gets to come up here and tell you about my vision and my thought and what I want to do, but I can't say enough of just how hard Kelly Kennedy works to put this stuff together, and what an asset it's been to work with Gabe and Edgar, and so just appreciate that. I want to point them out. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, so all in favor?
Oh, we did, we voted.
We did that already?
Oh, aye.
Oh,
I don't know.
I didn't write 4-0 down, sorry.
I think we didn't hear from Supervisor Hernandez.
Oh, I am so sorry.
I said aye. I did say aye.
Okay, I didn't hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
4-0.
I did say aye.
Oh, he did. Okay. Well, also too, silence is an affirmation, so I count it as an affirmation.
All right.
So it is 11:51 on this clock. Let's go ahead and take a 7-minute break.
Madam
and then-
Chair, if we may, can you give us 10 minutes? We have to do a couple of.
You're the one that said 7.
I know,
I will gladly give you 10
normally, but
minutes.
we have some work to do.
I will gladly
behind
give
the
you
scenes.
10 minutes. So
Thank
that would
you.
take us to 12:01 on this clock, and it looks like we are going to have an afternoon session, contrary to what you
No,
promised me this
be-
morning.
Before
Yeah, okay,
2.
it's okay.
Before
10-minute
2.
break. Let's go
Before
ahead and
2.
take the break. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's come on back to session. We are now at item number 106.
Madam Chair, is it
Yes.
possible we could hear item 106, 107, and 108? They're all related to RMA.
Yes.
If that's okay with your board.
That's fine with me.
Okay. So, Gabriel, you want to go ahead and move forward? Move on? And I know we have Benny and his team available as well to add any dialogue or comments. Gabriel?
All right, well, welcome back.
Council is joining us right now. Shirley will be coming in. Sorry, Gabriel.
Yeah, good. So welcome back. So as the chair wishes, we're going to be hearing number 106, 107, and 108 all together. All three of them do involve the RMA department. The first one that we're going to see is 106, or building and planning. This one is, wanted to highlight for two specific reasons. The first one is because we are seeing a very large increase from the last year to this year. The reason for that increase is due to the planning division is putting together a plan, what is it called? A habitat conservation plan, funded via federal funds through the federal government. So that's where we're seeing aid from federal government of about 1.3 million. The expenses also increased a little bit more than 1.3 million. And these are all majority through mandated plans requested by the state. And one of the pieces that I'm here requesting for the board is that the RMA department came to me needing to increase for one section. So for this piece, they're requesting a supplemental budget amendment of $200,000 for a sustainability master plan, which is being requested via the state. They didn't provide any funding for it, so it's an unfunded state mandate that we need to do. So they're requesting an increase of $200,000 in expenses related to other consultants. So this is item 106. Going to 107. 107, the request on this item is an increase in $50,000 for building, for maintenance of the solar panels in various county facilities. So the way this actually, just to cover a little bit of background, the way this budget unit works is the majority of these expenses are based off a cost plan, as Joe Paul had mentioned. The cost plan works to distribute some of the expenses in the general fund to various county departments, including the subvention funds. And that's how we can then recoup some of those expenses that are provided by general fund departments. So what we're doing here is increasing $50,000 in expenses due to cleaning of the solar panels, and then we hope to recoup those expenses later on through the cost plan. So this is requesting to increase $50,000 in expenses due to the cleaning of the solar panels. Before, they were budgeted under a different budget unit, but now we're in some discussions that I had with the auditor's office. We think that it's appropriate for this to be part of the ground and maintenance cleaning, ground and maintenance unit, because that's what it is. They're doing maintenance on the solar panels in various county offices. 108 is more of a highlight unit. This one doesn't have any adjustment. I just wanted to kind of highlight some of the different areas that are, some of the different items within this budget unit that, we wanted to highlight going forward in this upcoming year. Specifically, for example, we're going to have an increase in staff. We're hoping to add 3 new positions, and then the potential to add in a couple more unfunded positions going forward. Our roads crew do an amazing job, and there's a lot of asks of them throughout the county and the community. So I wanted to highlight, a couple of the different things that they did. Mentioned in the CEO's letter, this year they completed over 10 projects throughout the county in roads and bridges. So they definitely do a lot of work. So it's one of the items that I wanted to highlight. So if there are any questions, I know we have Benny on the line. If there's any questions regarding any of these 3 items.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, well, I noticed in the introduction of the budget, there was mention of like 734 building permits issued. That's a big number. Is there a project that is one specific project that's, I know we have several things going, but 734 is.
We'll go ahead and I'll defer that to the RMA office. Benny or Mike, are you on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair. Recently, and actually you're going to hear about it tomorrow during the department announcements, we had a public information request for data regarding building permits. And so we created a folder on the building department section of the county website where the public can actually view all the building permits that have been issued each month. It will be updated monthly, a few days after the month has closed. So we have the first 6 months up on the website. We are exploring the possibility of going back in time as a result of a follow-up public information request, but I'm not entirely sure that we can go back as far as they want. So that could help answer your question. No, there is no specific project, although, you know, Santana Ranch is an extremely large project. Bennett Ranch was a large project. Sunnyside Estates was a large project. And then, you know, just the annual building permits issued throughout our residences during the year.
Mike, and that would include, you know, just small things like large fencings or like water heaters, that kind of thing.
Correct. It would include anything that would require a building permit.
Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate that clarification. And then the road crews, I think we're all, I believe we're all in support of that. It's, you know, I think it's a positive for the county. I'm just hopeful that we can do some sort of communication on that with the public. I think as part of our, you know, we're all out there communicating. We're going to be doing X number of projects or dollars being spent, and if we can get a dollar amount of some kind, or positions and dollar amounts, something that, you know, we can sort of attach to our communications, whether it's from the PIO or whether it's from individual supervisors. I just think that that's a big positive for the county, and I want to make sure that we get that out there, that we're committed to the roads and hiring these folks. That's all I have. Thank you.
Will do.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, piggybacking on what Supervisor Kuzmicki just said, I think roads are something that all of us hear more about than probably just about anything, particularly in a couple of the districts. One question I have is, if I looked at it correctly, I think under road maintenance it showed one additional supervisor, 5 additional road maintenance workers.
Mm-hmm.
It said, but in some cases they said unfunded.
Mm-hmm.
So explain that exactly to me. I'm not sure if that means that they're open but they haven't been filled, or we've got them open but we don't have them in the budget at the moment. So I've got a question about what that means. The other, well, you can address that first, and I'll go to my
That's
next
perfectly
question.
fine. Thank you for the question, Supervisor Tiffany. So to address that, we are adding 3 positions right away to the budget for them to be able to hire for. Now, one of the reasons that we don't include every single one as a funded position is because when we were looking at, you know, the increase in staffing, we did see that there is a decent amount of vacancies within the department, and we didn't want to run across the same issue that we have, and we've been discussing it, this issue with vacancy budgeting. So what we've been trying to move towards is seeing if there is a need within a department, move to only fund the ones that we think we can fill, but don't handicap us in a way, or don't handcuff us to a specific schedule allows the flexibility if, let's say, all the positions are filled and we're looking in November or December, and the RMA department comes to us and say, our positions are filled and there is a need. All we have to do is bring an item to the board to authorize the funding for it. The positions are already budgeted. All we would be asking for is there is funding available to authorize it for them to then go out and recruit for those positions. So what the positions in this budget allows them to do is gives them that flexibility. We can give them some positions now for them to go out and recruit, and then if there is a continual need throughout the year, they can then go out and get some more.
Okay, and then following up on that, much as Eric was talking about, Captain Taylor was talking about in the sheriff's area, part of the issue I know in Public Works is not just the opening, but being able to fill it and being able to retain people. I know that there have been some increases in pay. As part of this budget, is it felt by the department, and this may be something that Mike can answer, that the pay level is at a level that will actually be able to fill the positions?
So,
Yeah.
For our division goes into effect in September. It is hoped that that pay increase plus the proposed changes in the health benefit will result in additional take-home pay that'll help address this issue. As a matter of fact, we received a resignation letter just this morning from one of our staff that identified low pay and the cost of benefits as the reason for his choice. It's unfortunate, but it happens, and we have changed the position so it's a continually recruiting position, so we don't have to stand up the recruitment apparatus each time that this happens. So with the hopes of the changes coming in September, the proposed insurance change, and the procedural changes we've made, it's hoped that the vacancy issue will be solved. I might be able to report better on that come the first of the year than I can right now.
Okay, thank you. And Mike, do you know, if we were to fill the positions that we're looking at right now, how many road crews do you know what that translates into road crews? I know there was a while there where we if anything had one out there, and I think we've improved from there, but do you have a feel for that?
Correct. These changes will allow us to fill 2 road crews every day. With time off requests, sick leave, vacation, etc. Having the 3 extra bodies is going to allow us to backfill those holes, so we have 2 complete crews out there at all times.
Okay. Thank you. And that's certainly an improvement. I'll just mention historically, if you talk to those who've been around for a long time, they'll say at one time there were 5 road crews in our county, and including one full-time South County that basically lived down there. So gives you an idea of how difficult it is to cover all the roads that we have with what we currently have. We still have a long ways to go, but 2 is definitely better than 1. Last question, this may be for you, Gabe, or Mike. I see where we have an increase, significant increase, 21-22 from 2021, which is great, but the difference between the department request and the actual recommended budget is fairly significant. In many cases, it's been the same. Do you know what the reason for we're about 300,000 less than what was requested by the department? Do you know the difference? Does that have to do with those unfunded positions maybe, or?
Part of the difference is a little bit on the unfunded side. A lot of it, or some of it has to do with some projects that are finishing up. So there's expenses that are tied to the projects, whether it's bringing on consultants to do work on some of the roads and some of the different, the bridges out there. And as their work is completing, then we don't no longer need to have that contract in place. So or even within RMA as we were putting the budget together, and we were looking at what we were going to be presenting to the board, and we were reviewing it. We came across that there were some expenses that we no longer needed to move forward, then we removed them. And then in the CEO recommended budget, those are the only ones that are remaining on here.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Hernandez, did you have anything to add or say?
Nothing to add, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. As to these three items, let's see, I have my notes on each different page. Okay, I just had it's not even a question, it's more of a comment. Last week, a week ago today, I had to go to Carruthers, California for personal business, and we passed by the solar farm that they had there. And one of the things that struck me, that it was very hot that day, and it's so dusty in that entire environment. I says, I wonder if they have tasked anyone to clean those shades, because the dust was just so thick on it. And I wondered if that kind of diminished the ability for the solar panels to, perform appropriately. So I'm glad it's a proactive approach that we're looking at that, because that's a plus. In terms of the staffing and the numbers for the road crew, I too, as Supervisor Tiffany had mentioned, I have some concerns of the county not being able to do what we need to do in terms of the public works and the staffing department. So as you said earlier about that systemic problem of staffing, we need to do whatever we can to make sure that we have a full staff that is ready to carry the burdens and the responsibilities for that department. I know we're going to talk a little bit later on in the month about the American Rescue funds, but we need to make sure that we're maximizing that one-time money that we're going to be getting from the federal government. But no other questions. Okay.
One quick other comment. This is more direct. It's not a budget issue. It's more directed at you, Mike. And I'm going to probably be talking to Jason later. But I know there's a heightened concern, for good reason, about fire danger.
Yes.
And one of the really critical things the road crews do are not just fill potholes, but deal with the brush along the side of the roads. I was in a meeting, I don't recall which meeting, but one of the very significant causes of fire are by vehicles along roadsides. So it's really critical that we get out there and get that work done as soon as possible. And I know that goes back to the number of people we have on road crews. So thank you.
Staff is working on that. They've been working on that for several weeks. I can report that one of the mow crews is in the northern end of the county, because I saw the mower parked at the airport this morning.
Great, thank you.
I was just going to add one thing too. At a certain point, under extreme conditions, I do know that it becomes an issue for those mowers that go out, because they can hit a rock, cause a spark, and then a light. They can cause a fire too at a certain point in time. So I do know Jason is very cognizant of that, and that's why we need to have them do a lot of the work right when that transition, when the weather was still cool and the grass starts growing. That's when they got to hit it at that point in time. Just an FYI.
Madam Chair, just to add on, 'cause I appreciate that. I was going to bring this up tomorrow when we talk about fireworks, but I'll say it now that I totally agree. And I know it's a staffing issue, but that really has to be going next year. We have to get out as early as possible. I know we're really late this year. And this is, we got to keep our fingers crossed at this point. And so just like CAO Espinoza said, I think the earliest possible time to start that mowing, we need to start it. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I've had conversations with Jason where the frustration, he had one road crew and, we get a little bit of rain. It's the perfect day to start mowing, and then someone calls in sick. I mean, this is what he's been dealing with, and it really has a huge impact. So, yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Are there any comments from the public regarding items number 106, 107, and 108?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom?
Okay, I don't think we have any in the chambers, right? No, okay. So then what is the will of the board for items 106, 107, and 108?
I'll move to approve 106, 107, 108.
I will second that.
Second.
Okay, so we'll give Supervisor Hernandez the second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 4-0 on 106, 107, and 108. That takes us to 109 through 141, the CSAs.
145, actually.
Oh.
We're going to be
I'm-
hitting the CFDs as well.
The CFDs at the same time as the
Yes,
CF,
that's
okay,
correct.
so 145.
Yep.
Okay.
Gabriel?
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Board. So, continuing on, items 109 through 145, CSAs and CFD budget units. What we're wanting to highlight this year with the budget for the CSAs and CFDs is that we wanted to address a regulation that's been in place where it is required for the CSAs and the CFDs to require a certain percentage in reserve. It's roughly around 10%. It depends on the unit, so the CSA specific or the CFD in specific, but it usually averages around 10% that needs to be held in reserve, whether if it's for operations or capital tech. And these funds need to be held there in order for continual growth, or if there's a need to update a facility for one reason or another. So what we're asking this year is for the board to allow us to approve a movement of a portion of unspent balance that they have in their budget units to a reserve account for operation and a reserve account for capital. So I know we have Mike here, because one of the items that we were looking at, and he kind of had brought it up to my attention earlier on, I believe it was like in May when we were beginning to work through this process, is that we needed to address this item. And it was something that we were aware of, but we've never transitioned to making the actual move, and now we're beginning to take the steps towards that. I know that in some cases, some budget units won't have a budget balance to move to these reserves, and those we're going to be taking some steps towards allowing for those reserves later down the line. Whether that involves increasing some of the fees associated with the CSAs, then those obviously will have to kind of go through the appropriate voting process to vent it out. But those are some of the items that were coming down the line. So I think Mike is available in case the board or anyone has any questions on this.
Any questions of the board?
So just to be clear, how does the shifting, you're saying where there's funds available,
Right.
there'll be shifting into reserves.
Mhm.
Are the CSAs and CFDs, are they notified of this, and do they have a say in this, and or is it just something that we notify them, we're gonna do it, and then once it's shifted over there, we're gonna require them to keep a certain amount of reserves in place, and then over time, I assume the CSAs that don't have the funds, we're going to be working with them to build up their reserves. How's that all going to work?
Yeah, so I could answer some of that. So the way it's going to work is, like you mentioned, Supervisor Tiffany, the CSAs all hold within themselves their own budget units. Some CSAs have funds available to create these reserves, other ones do not. And like I mentioned, the specific percentage amount kind of fluctuates from unit to unit. Some might have the amount capable to withstand the 10% being moved over, but others do not. What we're going to be asking, and what we're asking for, is the flexibility to allow us to create those reserves for the units that do have that available. None of that will, in a way, affect the current budget for the CSAs. All of this is a balance sheet item apart from the expenses and revenues of the current year. So the place where you're going to be seeing this is in the adopted budget. Within the CSA's budget, you'll see an item where instead of the funds being held under the restricted side, they'll be held in the reserve, the allocation that's available. And like you mentioned, And one of the good things about this and the county kind of moving towards that is we and the RMA department brought in a CSA coordinator. And I know he was hard at work moving around and getting to know all the CSAs and the location. And this is something that I made sure to communicate with the RMA office and him to make sure that the CSAs were made aware that the county is moving forward with wanting to implement this regulation in place to maintain this 10%, there's roughly 10% reserve across the different CSAs. So the CSAs are aware that we're implementing this, and if there's any question on CSAs that don't have a fund balance and there's issues with it, I know that there's going to be further work that needs to be done on them, specifically, let's say the ones that don't have a fund, where we would, in a way, if needed, need to increase fees in those areas. But I know those still need to go through ordinance and through the whole voting out venting process, so everyone has a say into what is actually done. The only thing that we're trying to do is align ourselves with the regulation. Yeah.
And that's a 218 process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just, for a couple things, generally curious, how much are we subsidizing the CSAs, if at all? Is for nothing, okay. And then
let me add for
Yeah.
a point of clarity. I know that there have been a few CSAs historically that have had some significant issues, i.e. Stonegate with the well, as an example. The well, I think, cost over $1 million, maybe a couple $1 million. They didn't have enough funds, so the county went ahead and subsidized that, and then they paid it back. So, as an example, that happens here and there, very seldom, but they usually manage it on their own. I mean, from a budgetary point of view, they usually manage their the things that need to be done within the CSA through their budget.
Okay, great. And then specifically Rancho Larios is in my district.
Mm-hmm.
I know that we had some issues recently with some expenses over there. I noticed the budget for Rancho Larios in particular is $300,000
Mm-hmm.
in expenses, and then the budget showing zero revenue. I'm sure this is a budgeting accounting issue, but if you could maybe explain what's going on there for me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so on the revenue side, there's nothing showing on there right now because I don't think we're collecting any more from Rancho Larios. What is being used is there was a fund balance within the fund. That's what's going to be getting used. I know, like you mentioned, there was some work being done out there, and there's some work that's going to probably be continuing to go on forward. And I think that's kind of on the fiscal side. I think probably maybe Mike will have a little bit more information on that.
Supervisor Kosminski, thank you for the question. We actually have 2 open violations for the water board out at Rancho Larios, and we're working through closing them. One violation was for a spill that occurred when Rancho Larios changed the operator without our knowledge, and the new operator caused the spill. And then the other violation is that we have not been budgeting any funds to maintain Rancho Larios. On paper, we are still the permit holder for the Rancho Larios facility. Approximately 10 years ago, an agreement was executed with Rancho Larios, effectively terminating that relationship with Rancho Larios taking over the operations of that facility. As they were going through the process of terminating our permit, the water board actually refused to terminate the county's permit. So we've been on the hook for 10 years while Rancho Larios has been operating the sewer plant. It all came to a head about a year ago with the spill. So we are actively working with the water board to complete the termination of our permit and get the permit assigned to Rancho Larios. And to do that, we have to have, according to our permit, sufficient funds budgeted to maintain the Rancho Larios station, because we can't complete this with an open violation. So this action you're going to take today by budgeting $300,000 as sufficient funds to maintain Rancho Larios will close that open violation and allow us to proceed in the water board's process to terminate to terminate our permit and assign full responsibility onto Rancho Larios. Any funds expended, Rancho Larios is obligated to reimburse.
And so the $300,000, to be clear, that's coming from a Rancho Larios fund of some kind, or is that coming from the county?
It's either gonna come from the CSA funds if they have some available. If not, like CEO Espinosa mentioned, it's something where the general fund will pick up, and then as Mike just shared, it will be reimbursed by Rancho Larios.
And are there, what's our potential, is there potential liability? I mean,
Well, the county can do a demand letter, and then there would be potential liability as far as the county implementing litigation if we did not receive reimbursement, that we'd have to get future board of supervisors authorization for, but we can ask the reimbursement from the HOA.
and to the best of our knowledge, do they have the level of organization? You said the CSA basically doesn't exist, I guess, or they're not funding it?
It existed, it existed in the past. It just wasn't included in last year's budget. And I think it was a couple budgets before that where it wasn't included. It wasn't brought in until this year where they were trying to kind of close out everything, and that's where Mike was aware of this water violation. So we needed to budget for the expenses to make sure that we cleaned and wrapped all of this up for this year.
And so collecting funds, do they, and I apologize for the ignorance here, what level of assessments are there? Is it a self-assessment sort of
There's,
thing?
originally, when we were going through the Prop 218 process, they did not want to do a Prop 218 back in 2009. And the HOA, which was a very active HOA, took on they wanted to take on management of the system. And so they were supposed to take the necessary action at the state to get it transferred to them. But they're supposed to be collecting, before they took on the management there, that they had increased their HOA fees. So I believe that they have enough money in their HOA dues to pay for the costs of the system. But they have not, as far as I know, transferred the system to their own coverage. So it's under their own name, it's still under the county's name.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Kuskiski, they have over $1 million reserves, specifically for sewer.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Appreciate that.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? Then if not, we go to the public, correct? For any item that they want to speak on for the CSAs and the CFDs, items number 109 through 145. Again, if you're speaking to one item, 3 minutes. If you're speaking to more than one item, you'll have the 5 minutes.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Please state your name.
Can they tell us what item they're talking to so we can kind of follow along? Please.
Please state your name.
Elias Salinas, I'm just specifically going to go on CSAs, and just a short comment is that it was not until Jim Gillio came on board. So historically, the CSAs have not had a really good relationship with the supervisors, with the county, because no one was keeping actually an accounting of the CSA funds and how they were being used, or if they were being used. So my question to staff is, and then specifically with Larios, is they say that they didn't want a Prop 218. So how is it that the residents, whether, especially the new ones, are aware of what's going on? Because that's what happens when you come into it. You don't know the history of it, and all of a sudden, you have I been muted?
No.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so I'm just wanting to make sure that the new residents coming into these CSAs are aware of what's going on. You may be speaking to one representative, and that's not going on. But in order to avoid and put ourselves into some kind of liability, I think that their whole associations need to be notified of what's going on, and we don't necessarily know that that's what's going on. And we know how association works, and some people are members of the association, and they just take over and control and make decisions for the entire the entire association without the association knowing. So I don't want that liability placed on the county. So I just wanted to bring that up. There's been reasons for them. Historically, there was not a relationship with the county, so we need to make sure that that doesn't occur again. Thank you.
There are no other comments. on
Sure.
Zoom.
Chairperson Gonzalez, just so everyone's aware, we do have a public outreach meeting scheduled for July 28th to go over CSA concerns and the budget in depth. Our new CSA coordinator is putting it together. We do apologize for the delay. We were waiting for him to come on board in order to schedule the meeting. And we have it scheduled for Vets Hall.
Thank you, Mike. That's it.
Any other comments?
No other comments on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Andy from the chambers? Okay, all right, so what is the wish of the board for items number 109 through 145?
I'll make a motion that we approve them.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0. That takes us to the item number 146, behavioral health. And that looks like the final item of the day. I should not have said that, right? Yeah, thank you.
Cool. So, thank you again. So here with the last item, number 146. This is a simple adjustment. Towards the end of the putting together the budget, mental health was made aware of a state mandate through Family Urgent Response Care that they needed to put together. This is going to be a collaborative program between the probation department and the health and human services department and behavioral health department. Originally, the fund, the MOU set up between the agencies was only going to be 150,000, but then throughout the plan it changed to it being 250,000. So what this unit is asking for is to increase it by 100,000 based off the MOU agreement that they're going to have. So this is just to account for the increase in the amount.
Any questions or comments from the board? No? Okay. That's a no? Okay. Peter, do you have any comments or concerns?
No comments, sir.
Okay, let's go to the public.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay. Any of the board, in the chambers? Okay. So the only comment that I have concerns with is the juvenile justice. I know that this just came to, it was literally thrust upon the county during the COVID downtime. And is that going to be dealt with in terms of the current budget that we did when we did all the other consent items? Is there funding in there to be able to take up all of the needs and the demands for the juvenile justice?
I believe so. I know that even as of last Friday, we were running some of the revenues that like as you mentioned, there was some funding that wasn't going to be received by the departments any longer. So we did account for that, and I know that in tomorrow's meeting they're going to have an item to address. I think your concern, and I know we did account for it because it was even something that I noted as I was reviewing the department's budget specifically. I looked at the probation budget and I saw that there was a couple of funding streams where I just tailored off and there was just zeros marked in those. So I made sure to reach out to the department, get a little bit more knowledge and information as to why some of this was going on, and making sure that we're addressing some of these concerns. And as you mentioned, these are all mandates that were being kind of thrust back at the county. Some of it just kind of thrown out with the county without really any inclination of funding available in the future for it, which I think it's something which is the state likes to do, is just give them the work and then think about the money after. Hopefully it's something that they work at addressing to make sure that it's commented and approved for in the future, but yes.
Okay, other than that, I have no questions. So what is the will of the board then for item number 146?
Move to approve?
Okay,
I'll second.
okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have a Peter? I'm going to take a silence as a yes. 4-0. Okay, on item number 146. So that takes us to the final budget deliberations. And we have a series of 6 staff recommendations. And
Madam
Can
Chair,
yes?
I'd like, if you don't mind, I just wanted to have Gabriel, our management analyst, do some kind of final touches with what we've covered and share with you some documentation for the supplementals, if you don't mind, and then we'll pass it back to your board.
okay, thank you.
And this is also included within the staff recommendation, within the final deliberations. I wanted to share with you the adjustments that are going to be made based off of the supplemental adjustments within the individual department budgets, and just a little bit of cleaning and touch-up that we wanted to make sure that we address. So, as I mentioned right now, based off the current budgets being put together, what the department is showing, and what I showed in the presentation, was only what was already approved within the budget. Now, based off of our meeting here today and your direction, there has been some supplemental adjustments that we were looking to address. So the first one that we went over was the Board of Supervisors budget, addressing the increase based off the ordinance. So right here we have our adjustment of $199,000, pushing our budget from what used to be 700, roughly 700,000 to closer to 1 million, as I referenced in the beginning. So this is the Board of Supervisor item, supplemental amendment. The next piece was the building and ground maintenance, accounting for the 50,000 increase in the solar panel cleaning. As I mentioned, this is going to be recouped in the cost plan going forward, and the cost will then be split amongst the departments that are sharing the benefit. So right here we have 50,000 increase to maintenance of equipment, the equipment being the solar panels. The next item right here are planning and zoning. As I mentioned, the unfunded mandate from the state based off the sustainability plan that they're wanting to put together. This adjustment used to be 1,700,000. It is now 1,900,000 to account for the $200,000 increase based off that mandate from the state. So pushing the planning and zoning budget into an increase of 200,000. The last one that we just quickly went over was the mental health increase of 100,000 based off the MOU with the other county departments. What used to be in the contracts, 250,000 is now 350,000, pushing then now the mental health budget to an increase of 100,000 based off our budget hearing meeting. And so these are the 4 increases that were reflected here in the budget process within the budget hearing. Another piece that we also wanted to touch base and highlight on is some of the highlight some of the projects in the capital project schedule. More specifically, I wanted to highlight one of the projects that's being funded by our American Recovery Rescue Funding, our water treatment project facility. Right now we have budgeted $3,500 is our projected estimate. Based on actual expenditures, it may be a little bit less. But I definitely wanted to highlight that item, as well as highlight that all of the schedules and budgets are going to be part of the resolution and item. So wanted to do a little bit of cleanup, make sure that those are noted for in the meeting and the minutes, to make sure that the board and the public is aware of the changes that were being made.
Gabriel, can you do me a favor? Can you go back to that? Can you blow that sewage plant numbers up? Because I want to make sure I got the numbers are correct and accurate, because we may have to make an amendment here. And what's the number? Can you show me?
Right here, 300. Well, I have 3.5 million budgeted to account for any expenses related to that.
Yeah. So the numbers. So Mike, if you're on the phone still, my understanding is it may be significantly higher than that, more like 6 to 7. But are you accounting for that just for this fiscal year and not the entire project?
So not the entire project. I know that there's going to be a leeway to get going on this project. It's going to take a little bit of time, making sure that we're collecting and have everything put together. And then also venting out these projects because as the funding was given out, there wasn't a lot of real clear direction from the state federal government. So making sure that we do put it in our plans as something that we want to do in the future. And we have the flexibility to kind of move towards that and do that in the future. So we have this in there. If if the federal government comes out and says, no, you guys can't use it for that purpose, well, then we'll have to come back to the board and make an adjustment. But for our purposes, we want to make sure that it was noted as a planned expenditure if we want to move forward towards that.
The only clarification I wanted to bring out is that when you publish a budget, you have to publish it 10 days in advance. And so there should be, what the board adopts is that published budget plus any sort of changes that the board has decided on. The sewer and wastewater plant was not in that published budget. So during deliberations, it's been brought to your attention that this is a project that's been added to the capital budget improvement plan, and that you as a board deliberate and say, okay, we're going to add that project to the capital plan. So that was the only thing that I really wanted to.
Yeah, and just to add to that, Madam Chair, if I may, is a lot of these things are changing rapidly. We just got word that, this funding, we were notified that that an infrastructure project such as broadband and sewage and water was something that could be used with this funding. Well, recently, within this last week, there was more information, Q&As that discussed having it documented and planned, and that's why we immediately got on it. We were like, you know what, we need to document this, because if we don't document it, it may not work for us. So we wanted to make sure that it was documented, and why it's kind of an afterthought. But I want to thank the auditor and staff for us kind of quickly adapting to this and bringing it to your attention and adding this. If for some reason it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but at least we have a plan and we have something to move forward with.
So what figure are we looking at as we adopt this? Are we looking at the 3.1 or the 6 point something for this fiscal year? Because I just want to make sure it's clear what we're doing, and I don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize, and we fall in line with that 10-day advance notice.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I can tell you that we usually budget for the year's activities. That's usually what we budget for. So
Right.
whatever we're gonna be able to spend, I don't think we're gonna be able to build the whole sewage plant within this next fiscal year. I think there's gonna be a lot of planning, there's gonna be a lot of work that's gonna have to be done. So this is my understanding, that was a point of clarity I had asked earlier, was this smaller amount just for the beginning stages? And that's what I was just kind of reassured. But I would like Mike to kind of chime in, if you don't mind, Mike, and kind of give us a little bit of an overall view of this and potentially what the cost could be total. Is Mike still on the phone? Or on Zoom? Excuse me? Oh, he stepped away. Okay, so I'll just kind of give a quick brief on that. So the project potentially could be about $7 to $8 million. And it looks like, this is just budgeted just for this next year. So that's all I wanted to share with this board.
And then just for clarification, so if as you said, that we won't be able to get this done in the next 21, 22 fiscal year, that 3.5 million, anything that is not expended will set aside in reserve until that project comes to fruition.
And we will come to your board with the full budget, a full plan that would encompass the full 12 million.
Yes.
Right.
And then that would obviously be for future years. The good thing about this recovery plan is it allows multiple years. It allows us to work on this till 2024, which the last one, we only had a few months to
Right.
get everything expended.
But you already mentioned this, but the full board still has to okay the use of this.
That's correct. We just wanted a budget for it, and documented was really the kind of the big
Right.
part of this. We just wanted to document it. That was really it.
Right.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, yeah, as long as we're talking about this issue, so there isn't confusion in the public, we're talking about a potential wastewater treatment plant in the North County near the near the airport, I would say, generally, for the purpose of creating an area and creating infrastructure for commercial development. And I think it goes in line with the conversation earlier about this board's commitment to revenue generation. And that's one of the sort of the three areas that I kind of forgot to mention earlier, that this could be
Game changer.
I was gonna try to avoid that cliche.
As I said, I speak in cliches.
But this is a big deal. I think it's potentially one of the most significant efforts in the county in the recent history as far as the commitment to economic development. It's a big deal, and just so the public knows, that's what we're talking about when we talk about a potential wastewater plant. Thank you.
And we are not looking to do housing in that area. So let's get this clear. Please do not get on Facebook. The supervisors are planning something for housing. No, it is for economic development, business enterprises, and so forth that are within the county boundaries. Anything else?
Absolutely.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez, did you want to add something?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, not to repeat the wheel, I agree with the sentiment being shared. In general, my thoughts are this is going to create an opportunity, which is one of the things that a commercial development's going to it's going to consider, right? If there's almost shovel-ready type scenario for their project, this is one of the things that creates that opportunity for them, and obviously has them consider, especially since we're a lower cost community, and I'm speaking specifically to commercial development, and that area being a commercial area, a commercial zone. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take it back to the agenda. So we are presently at the budget deliberation stage. So we're going to be looking at the staff recommendations in addition to the adjustments that we just mentioned. So are there any questions, concerns from the board members regarding items number 1 through 6 on the staff recommendations plus the adjustments?
Madam Chair, can I ask just a couple
Please
quick-
do.
These
I
are
have
more
a list of my own here, so go ahead.
general questions. I don't know if we really got into this too much, but in a big sense, where do we stand with reserves? We've talked about this before, that we are. I mean, the good news is the county has had large reserves, and we've talked about what level it should be. I'm just curious, where do we, with this budget, where are we with reserves?
Gabriel?
Yeah, so in order to understand where we stand, I think it's a good idea to see where we are with the current budget this year. So as last I checked, let me, if I can then reference my slides. So for the general fund budget, for example, let me pop it up. So for the general fund budget, for example, in 2021, the revenue that we were thinking of receiving was close to about 54 million. Expenditures we had budgeted was about 63 million. So right now, as we stand, and I ran a report the other day, our revenues are standing somewhere around 47 million, and our expenditures stood a little below 50 million. So there was a lot of expenditures that were budgeted for that didn't come through fruition, whether those were because of vacancy budgeting and staff that just weren't, positions that weren't filled, or some projects that just didn't come to fruition within the year, because sometimes The way that the budget works is the plan of expenditures for different programs, and sometimes based because of different issues that come up, if something just comes up and just blocks the program for one reason or another, it was something set that we had planned for it but didn't come to fruition. So that's how it kind of stands. So if I was to say right now, where do we stand? It was something that I also had touched on in the last special board meeting. I think that we'll be somewhere around breaking even to eating up a little bit of our reserve within the general fund. So somewhere between 0 and about 3 million in the general fund reserves that we're going to be eating up. That doesn't account for restricted funding that we have set in place for other areas. Our overall fund balance that had come from last year to this year was close to 8 million. So we're going to be eating somewhere between zero and $3 million out of that reserve. And then that's where the big area of concern had come up with the board. Hey, we're eating into our reserves. We really shouldn't be doing that. We should be, putting money away for rough patches if they do come later down the road, and making sure that we have some sort of a percentage set aside to fund growth. And that's where we started to implement these ideas of increasing economic development and looking at other potential revenue streams in the community to make sure that we're able to increase our revenues as our expenditures have been increasing, but also being mindful of issues within the expenditures, whether it be the vacancy budgeting and all these other areas and things that we have discussed here in this meeting today. So these are all good projects, and these are all items that I'm hoping in this upcoming year, as this kind of budget completes and it's kind of moving forward as a status quo budget, I can begin to look at implementing some new changes going forward. So by the time that we stand here next year, we're looking at a much cleaner, much tighter run budget and operation. So we're actually able to see some truer actual numbers to what we're looking like.
So
Madam Chair, if I may.
I was just going to say, somewhere between 0 and 3 million of 8 million, so we're going to be left with somewhere between 8 and 5 million is what you're estimating in
Roughly.
reserves.
And
Go ahead.
Percentage basis, I know we were, 12 to 15% before, so.
And again, keep in mind, there's a lot of one-time money that's being used. So obviously, like the roads, and we've been using a lot of reserves that we've been using has been for one-time money. It's been for one-time expenditures to deal with all of our infrastructure issues. I was going to highlight that there's also there's another element to this. It's not just that you have restricted reserves. There's tobacco securitization that we have, I don't know, I think it's $4 million. So there's other reserves that we have that haven't been authorized. There's also some other funding for a tax sharing agreement that we had with the city that we've accounted for. So there was some funding there, but again, that's restricted as of right now. So there's still some funding that may be freed up in the future. What I would suggest, and I would like to have Gabriel come back with kind of a more general kind of where we stand with reserves and kind of highlight that with your board and just kind of spend some time with that. Because I think your board has requested, using some of that money up, but I want you guys to, really look at it to see what we can use to also versus what we should have in reserve for kind of a rainy day and kind of where we stand.
Okay. And if I may add on to that, I just in also setting an actual reserve policy, having a number that we can rely on, I think makes fiscal sense to me.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. One last piece, if you don't mind me adding. Another piece that we didn't, we haven't accounted for is and on the revenue side, so we've been funding a lot of FEMA-related expenses. And just as we were discussing with Joe Paul, without an obligation letter from FEMA for us to account for that revenue, those have all been eaten away. So potentially we could end up somewhere between 0 and 3 million, but let's say in this upcoming year FEMA comes through and gives us 2 million back of expenses that qualify, then we're only down 1 million. Or if we end up at net 0 at the end of the year, and then a couple months down the road FEMA decides to process our request and give us our money, we may end up positive on that side. So It's in a predictable.
And there's been some obligations that we fulfill, like addressing Southside Road, and I know that we're addressing getting reimbursed for that. So there's some things that are in the make that we hopefully get some money back that will offset those costs. So, yeah.
All right. So on that note, I just wanted to say thank you to the staff, admin, department heads, everybody putting their head together trying to get this budget before us within the time frame. As we move forward, I want to make sure that as we look at the American Rescue Act monies, that we definitely make sure that we include broadband. We continue to work on our homeless effort and anything we can do to tap into those resources. I want to focus on affordable housing, including the workforce housing, affordable homes, and sweat equity. That would be awesome. And definitely the sewage treatment plant, water treatment plant out there near the airport or past the airport, so that we can go ahead and focus on the broadband. Now, I did get a text as we were having the meeting here, and there was a concern about the budget that we passed for the parks, and there was some concern if we were spending all the money toward the regional park. So Ray, I know we already approved all of the consent items and the discussion items, but can we make sure that there was potable water out there at the Vets Park and Historical Park? Because I know that's becoming an ongoing issue. And I don't know if that was adequately addressed in what we passed today. So, and if not, then possibly the American Rescue funds to deal with that, because I know that's an ongoing issue.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look at that, but yeah, we can come back to your board and make any amendments or any changes as well. So we'll address that. Yeah.
So, are there any other questions or, yes?
Man, yeah, I just had a few just finishing
Oh,
comments
yes,
as well.
sorry, go ahead.
Again, I want to echo what Chairperson Gonzalez said about just thanking the staff. I know this was a really big effort this year in particular, and so thank you to our admin staff, and thank you to Gabriel. I think you did a phenomenal job. It's your first budget, so congratulations on that. I really appreciate that your work on this. And also Ray's letter laid out, gave that broader perspective about this past year and the many accomplishments this county has had, and I just, really appreciate it. I really appreciate this county, and I think we have a really strong employee base and leadership here, and we're almost through this thing, and I think that the credit for that really starts with our staff and the dedication in our staff, and so thank you. We just got to keep our fingers crossed that this pandemic is almost finished. Just a few little notes. I want to make sure that we're looking at our business license tax revenue. I know we've talked about that in the past, recovering that. It looks like we're at 330 plus thousand. We projected upwards of 600,000, I think, when this started. And as far as I can tell, that projection was fairly accurate. We're maybe getting a little more than half of what we're supposed to be getting out of that. And I believe if we have to operate a business, whether you like the tax or not, it's there, and you do have to pay that tax. And then otherwise, generally in the past, and I'm new to this whole thing, but there was sort of this expectation or culture, you may say, of departments bring their budgets, and then if they have extra money by the end of the year, there's sort of this rush to spend those dollars. I kind of take a different viewpoint of that. I sort of think that, if there's excess money, that again, we need to be fiscally responsible with every last dollar. And I'm not a big fan of this whole mentality of, I had a vacancy, or two vacancies. I have, $150,000 left, and so I'm going to go spend it on a bunch of equipment that wasn't budgeted. I don't like that. So I'm just one supervisor, but I feel like we should be budgeting for exactly what we spend, and if there's extra money at the end, that the money should go into the reserves, because we need that money. And then long term, I think I'm not an accountant, but I would like to see, and we got Joe Paul's, I think, our resident expert here, and Gabriel and Ray, but I'd like to see longer term budgeting, personally, a 3-year budget or a 5-year budget at some point. I know that's a big request, and it's a staffing thing, but I think that would also, that's an ideal outlook to me. And then Other than that, just, we didn't talk about nonprofits, but we just allocated a lot of money from COVID this year, and I think we generally do, if I remember, I don't have it in front of me, something like 100,000. So I'd like to have that conversation at some point, and just from a policy perspective. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Two very specific questions. I don't think they were touched on. Does this budget provide for a lobbyist in this next fiscal year? When I say that, I'm reminded that Mark's not up here with me. That's one question. And also, we've talked about this, but I don't know, and it may be within each department potentially, but what about a grant writer? Two questions. Thank you.
Yes, on both accounts. We did discuss that with your board before, and we did put it in the budget before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was part of it.
Supervisor, oops, sorry.
Yeah, and again, I just echo what Supervisors Kuzmicki and Gonzalez saying. Great job, very thorough, and I'm new to all this, but I appreciate everything that you guys have done. And anyway, very interesting. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez, did you have any comments?
No, echo the sentiments. I appreciate all the hard work put into it. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. So I know that you wanted to go ahead and explain or comment on something.
Yeah, just a couple things. One is obviously we're always learning from budgets and, how we present them. And I know that this is new for Gabriel, so thank you, Gabriel, for all your hard work. And staff auditing, work closely with him. And I think there's still some improvements that we can do. And so we'll be working on that over this next year and make sure that, you feel comfortable. This year, normally for new board members, we like to get you a little bit more intimately in tune with the budget to really understand it, not in a public setting, but behind, like in an office or something to really, and this year was just so many things going on with COVID. We have a new employee. There's a lot happening. But this next year, I'd like to spend a little time with the board members and really delve into the budget and have a deeper understanding of it. And the couple things to comment on as well is regarding the end of the year, normally administration works with the auditing department. We try to close the books a month early, and sometimes I think we've done it sooner. So that way there's not a rush to spend. There has to be a reason, a good reason, if there's going to be any expenditures at the end of the year, because sometimes that happens. The other thing is, from a budgetary point of view, if you have savings in salary, that's the reason why we had the vacancy budgeting, and then we would address those funds. It's not allowed. Our policy doesn't allow us to move money from one budget unit to a service unit and then go spend it without board approval. The board has to approve it. So whenever, if ever, you see that there's a transfer of funds within a budget itself, but within the different area from salaries and benefits to services, there has to be a good reason, and there has to be a good reason in the staff report and in the presentation to your board. That's one of the things that we've looked at very closely. So when it comes to the salaries, that money actually goes right back into to cover the deficit that we've had. That was something that we've been keen to address and look at, because that's how we're going to balance the budget. And so staff administratively would not allow any transfers for that very reason, because we had to balance the budget. So anyways, I just wanted to be a little bit clear with you, because I think that it'll keep you in tune. If you see something come to the board in regards to that, there's usually a good reason. And usually we've worked through it administratively, but we try not to. That doesn't happen normally. Okay, so with that, I just wanted to again thank everybody, the department heads and everyone for their support and working with us and being flexible this year.
Okay.
I'll pass it back to you, Madam Chair.
So to Supervisor Kozmicki, I just say welcome to the world of government and fiscal years and spending. I've worked for the various school districts throughout my years, and it's feast or famine. So when your fiscal year begins, everybody's getting everything they need, and then at the very end, when they realize there's a surplus, it's a mad dash to get everything that they can get before the year runs out, and still within the allocation, what's been budgeted. So you'll have fun the next year or so. Learning all the different ins and outs and the nuances. So on that note, if there aren't any further questions.
There was one more comment I just need to make, and I apologize for that, Madam Chair. For subvention funds, though, there are sometimes there's special unique circumstances. It's not general fund money. And if they don't spend the money timely, then they lose the money the following year, or the match.
Yeah, there's a penalty.
So
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure there was a caveat there on the subvention side.
If I may, I get the subvention, but I would prefer not to have the feast when it comes to the general fund. Thank you.
It's just the department monies is what I'm talking about
and we agree.
specifically. Yes, yes. So definitely not waste any kind of public funds at all. But if it's allocated to the department, then they have to do what they have to do because we've already approved the budget. Okay, so then if there aren't any other further questions, I'll go ahead and take a motion for adjournment. Since this was a public,
You have to do the staff recommendation and get a. We have to get a vote on that.
Sorry about that. Okay, so let's go back to the staff recommendation, the final budget deliberations and the staff recommendation with the adjustments. Do I have a motion on that since we've had quite the conversation on that already?
Point of clarity?
Yes, if I could just have a
Mike.
point of clarity. Was there any need to adjust any of the exhibits to the resolution that was proposed, specifically the capital improvement?
I believe not. Yeah, it was,
Those changes were included in that current one?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you.
so we're good.
And we have a copy of that?
Yep, you have a copy,
Yes.
and so it's per staff recommendation.
Yes, with the aforementioned adjustments, yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the staff recommendations with the aforementioned adjustments.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that's a 4-0 on all your recommendations with the adjustments. And then on that note, the final item, can I get a motion? So let's go ahead. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so this public hearing concludes at 1:14. Thank you.